name is Minerva Oaks. She's the flower of the flower coach.
The lights are on and it is time to perform. Look at that. This is the beginning of what's going to be a very long day, but a lot of fun. So thank you guys for joining me. It is live. We are live. The campaign is live. So get in there. Don't be shy. Back right now. Let me bring it up. That, of course, was the video that was put together by Phil Diaz, of all people, did that for me, and a tremendous job. Let's see. There it is. Woohoo! Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow, folks. Let's take a quick run through this. And we'll take a quick run through the chat. Then we'll take a quick run through this and then through the chat. And it'll be a good time had by all, I hope. Excuse my voice is still a little scratchy. I don't know what the deal is. Anyway, so you just saw the video. So here we go. This is at least 64 pages. And why do I say that? I say that I would never give you, for a $25 price tag, anything less than 64 pages. But what we're looking at here is it's probably going to be more than that. But at the very least, it'll be 64. Now, there's also a stretch goal backup story by David Williams is going to be included, which is the origin of Empirus. All we have to do is hit 100K before we go to publication, and that'll be thrown in there. So I'm quite optimistic that we'll be able to do that. The story is pretty simple. The Wraith and Esther head to the northeast to a place called Cranestown, New England. And an old horror from their past, or at least from his past, resurfaces the Headless Horseman. But the evil that menaced the Wraith 20 years earlier has returned with a vengeance. But is there more to this showdown than meets the eye? Will the fear that shaped his destiny as a youth ultimately destroy their lives? Wraith of God is not to be missed. And it says so right there, so you've got to believe it. We've got characters in this. We got a witch. We've got, remember the guy that we set up in Wraith of God 2 Blood Hunters that kind of beat up the sheriff in that little 2-page sequence? If you remember that guy plays a part. He's going to be more involved in this. We're going to learn a little bit more about him. So this is a story, folks, that you don't want to miss. This is Wraith of God, Fear Hollow number 3. Here is your A cover choice. Here's your B cover choice, which is, of course, the EC tribute cover. Kind of fond of that because it's throwback. But then if you're kind of a Marvel kid like me, you might remember some of these box covers from the 1972. And that's what this sort of tribute. It's not a particular cover. I'm not aping a particular cover or homaging any particular cover. It's just the the trade design on it is harkens back to Marvel. And of course, the colors in the dog it would be remiss if the dog was not joining us on a day like this. This, of course, is the big reveal right here. This is the guest artist cover, the painted cover by a friend of mine, a friend of the show's, Chris Stevens. And I've been sitting on this thing for months waiting for it, and it's spectacular. He knocked it out of the freaking park. And so this is one of 4 cover options that you'll be able to get right now today just by clicking that button. Here's a little preview of the David Williams backup story to sort of incentivize you guys to tell your friends, to tell your neighbors, to get it and back this thing so we can get this thing to 100K as fast as possible so I can get David finishing up on this. Oh, I swear I'm going to strangle my dog. No, I love him dearly. I'm going to get towels and shove them under the door. Okay, so this is the first 3 pages from The Origin of Empirus. You might remember that character. He's on a trading card. Well, you haven't got the trading card yet because we're waiting on Kit Carter from the printer even as I speak. But Empirus, we had a sticker set from the very first campaign, if you guys remember, Wraith of God 1, that had the character Empirus. This is his origin story. So you get a little bit of... look into the outer reaches, the space beyond space, the Empire Comics Loprestiverse galaxy. So we're going cosmic here, and you can see the Kirby influence. And I kind of told that to David. I said, I want these Sentinel-like beings here to be very Kirby-esque. And boy, did he deliver. Of course, we got a little taste of Eon Chance. What's he got to do with this? So this is very cool. This is kind of just a small backup story that'll help expand the Loprestiverse. But of course, the main draw of this is the Wraith of God storyline continues. Now let's check out these stretch goals. At 40,000, we'll add the editorial page with the value stamp. You want to clip and collect them all in the back of the book. We'll certainly hit that. 60, every backer receives an all-new sculpture trading card. That, of course, is the female character from the nightclub. And then every backer will, at 80,000, will receive the all-new trunk. That, of course, we know Trunk is the elephant guy from the nightclub. This is all new artwork. I don't use existing artwork on these trading cards. I do new artwork, or I hire someone to do new artwork. At 100 grand, we put in David Williams' story. Well, it's also mine because I wrote it, but David will be illustrating it. On 125, we're going to add spot gloss to that EC tribute cover. That should be really, really cool. Then at 150, who knows? We'll do something special. Let's take a look at the add-ons. The add-ons, you have this Wraith Nouveau print. It's only available here. And if there happens to be any limit left over, of course, they'll probably eventually make it to my website. But don't hold your breath waiting for that to happen. Order them here to make sure you get one, because it's only limited to 500 signed and numbered. And we're going to go ahead and do Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3. This is 48 pages of layouts that I do for the pages. So it's really interesting. When you get the book, if you get the roughs, you can kind of flip through the pages and kind of compare what the finished work looks like. Let's see. I'm getting a message from my printer right now. Still trying to get an update on the printing of Kit Carter, which was supposed to have been done, and book was supposed to ship last week, and it hasn't. And we're trying to find out why that has not happened. So I'm sure they're behind, but trying to find out how much is the trick. So anyway, as I get information on Kit Carter and when I'll get those books, I will let you know. Anyway, so back to this. Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3. So, and it's only $15, comes signed and number. It's limited to the orders. So there's not like extras of these after the campaign's over. So I highly recommend these for you guys that like to pull back the curtain and look. The nightclub shot glass, which is now the 4th shot glass in the series. We had a Wraith, Garbage Man, Kit Carter, and now the nightclub. Those will be your 4 shot glasses. There'll be 6 in the complete series before we're done. So you make sure you want to get one of those. You can get Wraith of God poker chips. How about this? I was going to do a big set of poker chips, but they're just too darn expensive. And I didn't want to like put something like, you guys want to pay $100 for a set of poker chips? I was like, probably not. So we got these 3 sort of commemorative ones. These are clay poker chips. Very nice. They say Empire Comics on the back side, but on the front, you'll have Wraith, Esther, and the Dale Keown Werewolf. $15 for the set of 3. I think that's pretty good. And those get thrown in right in with the order. So there's not even an additional shipping on those. You can get back issues. You can get Wraith of God 1 and 2. You can get the second printing with the regular cover, which was a new cover done specifically for the second printing, or the black and white variant cover. Now, the inside is still in color, but the cover is black and white, a virgin cover. And those are still available. There's only like 300 of those, so that's pretty rare. And then, of course, you can get Blood Hunters, which is a Wraith of God 2. So you can get completely caught up on Wraith of God right here. I didn't offer Garbage Man and Power Cubed on this because they're on my website right now. If you want those books, you can certainly go and order those books at any time on my website. We have original art for sale. That's right. Look at this. The EC tribute cover will be for sale. The Marvel retro cover will be for sale. This was originally the Marvel retro cover. I didn't like it because I thought I had too many Headless Horseman centric covers. So what I did was I'm going to use this image for the back cover. But so that's for sale. I really like it too. It's a really nice piece. And then, of course, the Wraith of God Nouveau art for the print. It's 11 by 17. All these are 11 by 17, is also for sale. And probably as we move along, there will be more original artwork available as we move forward. So you've got on your perks, you got Wraith of God Fear Hollow 4-pack plus. That is all 4 covers. The 3 that I did will be signed. And then that's the only way you can get signed copies is by buying a combined perk. So like the 4-pack plus, and I'll show you another version in here. This is also includes the Ruff's sketchbook. And so you get a bit of a discount. You get $10 off by buying all those things together. You got the shot glass. We talked about the print is its own thing if you want it to be. Then you've got Fear Hollow cover A, cover B, cover C, cover D. Every one of these perk options does have add-ons. You'll see that in checkout that you can add stuff on. You can get combined A with the Ruffs if you want to go that route. That's and that'll be signed. Again, this book will be signed. Whereas when you order them as singles, they're not signed. And then, of course, Wraith of Everything. You get all 4 covers. You get the poster, or pardon me, the print. You get the Ruffs, and you get the shot glass, and you get the poker chips for $150. That's $12 off. That's not bad. And then you've got all these original art perks right there. So, folks, that's what we've got. Let's refresh this thing, see where we're at, and we'll move forward from there. Survey says, woo, my goodness, 51 backers. We're up to 10 grand already. That's rocking and rolling, folks. Thank you so much. Let's see who's in the audience, shall we? Creative Faye is here. She says, it's finally here. Yay. Randy Howell, take my money. Randy, you know I'm always excited to take your money. Mark Pengren, happy launch day. Aaron, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Stealth X5 is here, or is it Stealth X5? Or is it Stealth times 5? I always thought it was Stealth X5. That sounds cooler, doesn't it? John with no H. Time to find my wallet. Cigar Gangster. Let's get this going, Lopez. I did, and I got it going early. Let's see here. Angela Chocolate Curries is here. Jefferson Roswell. He says, I'm looking forward to this next book from one of the most professional and talented creators in comics. My gosh, thank you so much, Jefferson. I appreciate that. Comic Hinterlands. Greetings from the Hinterlands. Comics Legends says Aaron's a true professional. He's already successfully fulfilled several campaigns and will be soon fulfilling Kit Carter. Great stories and artwork, all done in a timely manner. Backer for life. Thank you, Comics Legend. I really appreciate that. Kevin Thomas is joining us. Says 10 more minutes till I can back one of the best series by one of the best creators. Thank you, Kevin. Well, your time is now. Let's see here. Okay. Orders continue to roll in, and I thank you guys very much for that. Heat Miser, good evening. Can't wait to get this one. He says, Squibs is here. Survive Infinity 0088. Toshiro is here. Kino Reviews is here. Zaid Comics. We know Phil Diaz. He made my video for me. And did a fantastic job. Carbon Dioxide just screams Metallica, and why wouldn't you? Green Laser, same music as the old Comic Trips channel. I don't know. I didn't pick the music. I just left it in Phil's capable hands. Sounds good to me. I'm good with it. Bloody Drake, yes. Jimmy Owens at Doctor's Appointment, stopping in to say hi. I'll be backing on the 1st. Thank you, Jimmy. I greatly appreciate that. Good luck at the doctor. I hope you're feeling better. Wilbur Wooster is here. Let's see. Get Greenlit. We did. Stealth X5, $2. Thank you. Stealth says hello. I appreciate that very much. There's Bloody Drake. Yabez. We're doing it, baby. Yes, we are. Stealth X5 says backer number 5. Thank you, Stealth. I appreciate it very, very much. I kind of cheated because I started it a little bit early because I wanted to make sure that it was going to work. You don't want to go, hey, let's go live, hit the button, and it's like in something, you know. So I started it a little bit early. So there you go. Henry Thrun is here. Hey, I'm listening while driving from my daughter's volleyball game to my son's soccer game. Wow, that's a busy dad. I remember those days. Kevin Thomas, backer number 9. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Tim F is here. Overlord. Hail Aaron in chat. Let's go. Kino Reviews, just back the project. I want it all. Let's go, go, go. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Spaceman's here. Who else we got? Quoth the Raven, Lewis Bright Raven. He says, I backed, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Green Lasers, you have Celestials as well. Well, far be it for me to rip off something. No, they're my own version of sort of that kind of thing. They're not in the Wraith story. That's in the backup story. It's a very superhero story of the origin of Imperius. It's a very cosmic superhero story. So who else to get for that but David Williams, right? So that I was blown away by the first 3 pages that he did, and can't wait to see more. But it'll be a while. I'm not going to reveal any more pages until the book is published. And of course, we have to hit 100K to get that in there, but I know we will. So, but spread the word regardless. There's Repairman Jack. Slacker 23 is here. Jay Dread. Hello, folks. Let's see. Jolly Green's here. Randy Howell, backer 39, got the 4-pack, the shot glass, and the poker chips. You know, it seems to me, Randy, you probably could have bought the Wraith of Everything and got all that stuff maybe a little bit cheaper. I'm not sure, but I appreciate you backing. He's going to go in there and cancel his order now. Citizen Ronan 43, lucky number 43. Thank you, Citizen Ronan. Appreciate it, man. Let's see. Liquor Box says I'm number 46. One of my favorite numbers, Liquor Box. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Eric P. ordered the 4-pack Nouveau print. Can't wait. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate it. Paul Ogg, number 42. The answer to the ultimate question. Indeed. He says Esther appears to have a double-barreled Remington Derringer 41 rimfire caliber. I'm not really a gun guy, but I found actually, I don't know. Can I show fake? I don't know if I can show it or not. I've got I bought fake guns, you know, to use as models. And I found this kind of, well, it's a short shotgun, basically, which he's holding in the Wraith of God print, the Wraith Nouveau print. And I actually have one. It's metal, it's wood. It doesn't fire, obviously, but I mean, it does click and everything, you know, but it's not a gun, it's a prop. And then I've got the Colt for or the revolver for Wraith. And I also have a pirate gun. It has nothing to do with this, but I thought it was cool. So Shelly got it for me for Christmas. But I don't know the exact name. I'd have to go look it up, but you're probably right. Dale A is here. Let's see, who was it? Pete 2E. Did a secret link go out for literally sign up or just use a regular link? Pete, I did send out emails this morning with secret, well, not this morning, around 11 o'clock my time, which would have been afternoon if you're East Coast. And those have links on them for the secret links. Now, what I do every year, I have to do it every year because people jump in and order without using the link. They forget to use the link. That's okay. Just make sure you message me, email me, message me, whatever, to make sure that I know that you were early sign up and you forgot to use the link. And I can check if you're early sign up. So don't get tricky on me. And I'll put you on a list of people that forgot to use the link or the link didn't work, because sometimes that happens. It's the weirdest thing. I send these emails out on MailChimp, and half the time I get people going, these links aren't active. And the other half are like, yeah, they're active. They're fine. So I don't know. Every time I test them, they're active. And I don't know why they show up to some people not active and other people active. But there's no way for me to control it. So you can cut and paste into your browser window, or you can just order and then make sure you let me know that you ordered and you need to be on the list, because what we're giving away is this Art to Bear trading card of Garbage Man. I haven't colored it yet, but I'll post it on here, the campaign, once I get it colored so you can all see. Wizard Sleeves just got home. He's going to hopefully buy stuff before his wife gets home and he gets in trouble. I don't know, or Sister, oh, she's talking to Sister Rona, not me. Will there be a catch-up tier? Well, Red, here's what you can do, okay? There are add-ons for the catch-up. There's not a tier for catch-up specifically, but you order Wraith of God, any perk on Wraith of God, Fear Hollow, and when you go out to pay, it'll list all the add-ons, and the add-ons will have Wraith of God 1 as an option and Wraith of God 2 on there as an option as well. So that is basically, you can make your own catch-up perk. But I was trying to simplify this a little bit because sometimes my campaigns get so convoluted because there's so many different things. And I was like, well, if they're available as add-ons, do they really need to be their own perk? And I thought, no, they don't. So they'll be there in the add-ons. So just look for them there and you'll be able to get caught up if you're missing issues 1 and 2. Wolverine says backer 55. Hell yeah. Okay. Thank you. Kyle, not Kevin, with Comics Elite backer number 57. Thank you so much, Kyle. Appreciate it. Okay. Well, let's see here. Marcus Killer Group, purveyor of all things pop culture knowledge. Henry Bemis is joining us. Sean Willits says, I love the Wraith books. Thank you. So do I. They are good fun. This one is really, I'm really excited about this one because it's got a lot of backstory in it. And right now, the Curtis boys, of course, gave me crap on Wraith of God 1 for saying I revealed too much. Well, see, they thought I revealed too much, but I really didn't. I'm going to reveal some more, though, in this. So we get more of the Wraith's origin backstory. He gets Esther caught up. You know, we find out, is there a connection between the Headless Horseman and the Wraith of God? Who's this mysterious guy that showed up and menaced the sheriff? And what's he got to do with the Wraith? We'll learn a little bit more about him. And then, of course, there's the witch of Cranestown who controls the Headless Horseman. But who controls her? Oh, my gosh. There's stuff going on, folks. And you're not going to want to miss this one. It's very exciting. Yeah, Prater's like, I don't think you can show guns on live stream. I don't think you can either, even if they're fake, because they look real. Let's see. Richard Gifford, Aaron, is there an option for Wraith of Everything, but not signed? Richard, if you're like me and don't like people writing on your books, You can order whatever you want to order. If you order like the Wraith of Everything, just email me and say, "Hey, dude, don't sign my books." And then I've got like I make every campaign, I make a list of like special orders or special requests or things like that. And I'll put you down so that I won't sign your books. Okay. You just let me know. I'll put you on the list, but go ahead and order whatever you want. And then we'll work around it by just letting me know. Cole King is reminding everybody, if you don't see the email, be sure to check your spam. That's where mine went for some reason. Okay. You always check the spam folder. Backer number 78, Wraith of Everything Secret Tier. Thank you so much, Clutch Boogie. Number 78. Really appreciate it. Shadows Pond says, back the 4-pack. Thank you. We've got a great selection of covers. And that's kind of my object, is to make it hard for you guys to choose. You go, I'll just get them all. That's the fun, but you don't have to. I'm not forcing you. Just say it. Paul Taylor's here all the way from Canada. Appreciate that, Paul. Let's see here. Randy Howell for $5 Canadian. Thank you. Or as Shane would say, $5 Canadian. There's no shipping charge for the Wraith of Everything tier. Are you serious? Yeah. There should be. What the heck happened? Let's see here. Okay. There's a tip. Let's see. Oh, for crying out loud. There was, but not anymore. Okay. Well, let me see if I can fix that while we're live. Wouldn't that be, thank you for letting me know that, by the way. There's always bugs. There's always bugs. Okay. I'm going through this. I'm going to take a look, see what the heck that I did here to screw this up. So, okay. Let's see. Well, the secret perk has shipping. Why doesn't the regular perk have? I mean, I'm not trying to claim that I'm an idiot, but okay. There's always challenges to this stuff. You should see my my perks list. It's crazy, man. Okay, hang on. Where is it? Oh boy. Well, you know what? I can't do anything about it. I have to put up a new perk, which I'm not going to do at the moment. So I guess I'm getting stuck for shipping here until I can figure out, until I can get it fixed. It's always something. It's always something, isn't it? Let me bring up the campaign again here. All right, there it is. Yeah, so I'm going to have to figure that out before. Oh, man, I'm telling you, I'm not going to put together, I have to put together an entirely new perk. Which I don't want to do on your time. Let's see here. Yeah, that's a good point. Indiegogo tries to tack a $30 tip on the Wraith of Everything tier, 20% just for, they're totally insane. Yeah, you guys be careful of the tip that Indiegogo always tries to slip in there. Make sure you zero that out before you pay. There was no Wraith of God. Okay. Look, if you guys want to order the Wraith of God everything pack, just order it, even if you don't have the link today, and for the secret part, and just let me know, and I will add you to the list, and you'll make sure you get your card. Paul Taylor, $10. Didn't get a secret tier email this morning. Check my spam folders, not there. Should I just go ahead and back? Yeah, Paul, like I said, back whatever you want, and then send me an email and say you didn't use the secret link, but you were early sign up and you want to get the card, and I'll put you on the list. Don't worry about it. Got you covered. Those links are always freaking hit and miss. No, I know there is, but I don't want to do that on your guys' time. Do I? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do it. I don't even know what the I have to check and see what the shipping is. I didn't write it down anyplace. That's crazy talk, man. Oh, I know where it is. Okay, hang on a second here. So one thing I wanted to tell you guys about while I'm doing this is I am going to be doing, maybe in a little bit, maybe not. Well, actually, probably, yeah. During this stream, I'm going to stream up till 4 o'clock. And then the Brofessionals comes on. It'll still be on the same stream. We're just going to invite everybody in and then do Brofessionals. And after Brofessionals, we're going to take a short break. I'm going to start streaming again. But I'll be working on a Wraith of God sketch, 11 by 14. It'll be inked. And anybody that orders before midnight tonight, that's 3 o'clock Eastern, midnight my time Pacific, will be included in a lottery to win that for free. So there's a little incentive to order today if you want to. So I'll be working on that. Okay. As I'm also working on as I'm also constantly working on Kit Carter headshots. My goodness, do I have a lot of those to do? Actually, only 15 more to go from the Kit Carter. Let's go here. Let's see. All right. So we do this as a duplicate. I'll talk you through it so that I'm sure just, is really exciting for you to hear. Okay. And today on the Brofessionals, we'll be doing movies that sort of inspired us artistically. So that should be kind of fun, kind of cross, what would you call it? Cross-pollination, so that, because I think everybody, art speaking wise, has movies that influence them, or maybe, filmmakers that art influenced them, so I think it's always kind of fun to kind of look at that and see what, influenced different people to do different things. And so we'll be talking about that as well as pushing this campaign like crazy. Okay, I'm going to go in here and see what we've got. So 15, 40, 50, 65. Okay. So in the US, shipping on this, man, I really feel bad for international shipping. It just sucks. It really does for everybody. And I hate charging you guys that much, but it's like, I am literally, you know, I still end up losing money on a lot of the European campaigns or European orders on the campaigns. It's just crazy because this stuff, it seems like the international rates are even worse than the US rates in terms of they're just going up constantly. And so you start a campaign, and then, you know, 10 months later or whatever, when you're finished with it, shipping's gone up, you know, so it's yeah, what are you going to do? But you know, a lot of people tried to get me to do digital, but I don't know. Maybe I should do digital. I don't know. Okay, so I think I've got this solved. We shall see. Okay. Okay. Let's hope I didn't screw it up. Okay. Survey says, let's take a look. Did I screw it up? We're at 14,000 already. I want to thank you guys so much for jumping in on here early, because it's early backers that really make this stuff possible. And there we go. Yay, we have shipping. You guys are like, oh crap, now I got to pay shipping on that. Anyway, all right, that's fixed. And like I said, the issue with the secret perks, if your link isn't working or you didn't get the email, just go ahead and order and let me know. You can either email me. You can email me through my website, aaronlopresti.com. You can message me on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever's more convenient for you, to let me know that you ordered and you need to be on the early sign up list. And I'll, yes, Mike, thank you. Yeah, I got it figured out finally. All right, Skeleton Corpse here. Okay. Angela says it'll all work out. Sure it will. It always does. Okay, now, no, come on, you guys. I believe the 4-pack plus secret perk has the wrong image. Well, that's okay. It's secret. Just don't tell anybody. Uh-oh. Wizard Sleeves is in trouble. He says, I guess my orders went through and my card was declined. I'll fix that by lunchtime tomorrow, hopefully in time to enter for free stuff. I'll put you on the list, Wizard. And let's see here. All righty. So I showed this a little bit. Was it Sunday night, I think? See this right here? See how thick that is? This is all full of Kit Carter headshots that are, and they're all different. I'm not using a template. They're all brand new. And so people that ordered the Kit Carter completist all get a original headshot like this of Kit Carter. And I had 66 of those, and I've got like 51 of these done. So we are almost done with those. And like I said, I am waiting to find out why I haven't received the any shipping notification, because the ship date for Wraith of God, Kit Carter was has come and gone. And my assumption is that they're a couple days behind or something, but it would be nice if they would like get back to me and let me know that. So I'm trying to track that down right now to let you guys know, but it won't be long. Trust me. We're days away from getting those books in here and then getting them out to you. So I will be shipping to you while I'm working on this. So I usually don't like to do that. I don't like to have one campaign overlap with another, but I didn't want this campaign to drop in too close to the holidays because I think that's trouble. So I had to do it in September, and unfortunately things just didn't quite time right on Kit Carter, but the book is done. Obviously it's at the printers. It should be getting shipped out to me any day now, and then I'll get those things to you guys. Okay. You didn't trace 200 heads. You're a true professional. Thank you very much. So yeah, I don't, even on the trading cards, I just feel like, yeah, I could use existing art, but at the same time, it's like, I want the trading card to be more than just, an average trading card. I want them to be, things that are specific to the trading card. And they're more, to me, more valuable that way. And I'm one of those guys, I'm old school, obviously. I like the trading card sets. I think they're kind of cool. I used to buy packs of trading cards with the gum inside when I was a kid. There'll be no gum with these, by the way. But my goal is I'd like to get a set of like 25 or something like that cards that, is like the whole Empire Comics card set kind of thing. I just think it would be fun. So that's why I keep using them as stretch goals. And I don't have to be super creative with my stretch goals and sit around and go, what haven't I done yet? What can I do? What can I, do a trading card. You haven't done one of this character, so that's kind of my trading card philosophy anyway. Let's hit this refresh and see where, nope, don't do that. Don't do that, Aaron. I hit the wrong thing. Just like me to cancel this whole show. Excellent. Whoa, holy smokes. We're at $16,354 already. Thank you guys so much. And it kind of makes me laugh in a sad way. When I tried to crowdfund the Garbage Man trade paperback years ago when I was still working at DC, my fixed goal was 16 grand to publish it. And, or pardon me, it was like $32,000, I think is what it was. Cause I said, that's what I need to publish this. And I had to, do new pages and stuff. And I remember it got to about, after like 60 days, it got to like $16,000 and I was never able to do it. So I ended up doing it through Dark Horse. And now I buy those copies wholesale from Dark Horse to put on these campaigns and to sell through my, my website. So at 16,000 here, we've done it in, an hour or a half hour, excuse me. And how times have changed, but it's, it's a different ball game. You've got to earn trust. You've got to, show people that, yeah, okay, so you worked on the Hulk and, oh, you did this and you did that, but can I trust you? Because we've all seen it, right? There's a lot of campaigns out there that professionals, good professionals, guys that worked in the industry have done and haven't fulfilled. Won't, drop any names or anything. I'm talking outside of Comicsgate, of course. And so, you got to be able to trust the people that you're backing. And I do appreciate the fact that you guys do trust me and are willing to back these things out front, because without you upfront money, without you guys backing up front, it makes it impossible to do these books. Because at least with a good number of you backing up front, that provides the revenue to then actually produce the comic itself. So anyway, I'm not mentioning any names. I don't know. Anyway. Richard says, you'll be playing like Fire Tonight clip with the Cookie Monster Girl by midnight. I hope so. I'm going to be tired by midnight. But let's bring in a guy who's never tired. He's always ready for action. It's Gary Martin.
That's Gary, right. I'm never tired at midnight.
That's when the day starts. Welcome.
So, when did you start this campaign officially?
2:30.
2:30, and you're already at 16.
I'm a vigorous barker.
That's impressive.
Thank you. I make Randy Emberlin look like just a novice.
An amateur.
Let me grab this real quick. Thank you. And thank the chat. Thank you guys, man. It's all you guys doing it, and I appreciate it. Sculpting George. Now, what is Ron? What is that? Is that, I don't know what that is. $25 in some foreign currency. He says, I just turned 40 today. Thank you for the perfect gift. I'm backer number 40, by the way, with 40 for EU shipping. Good luck with Wraith of God 3. Look at that, man. 40s everywhere. Thank you so much, Sculpting George. I really appreciate it. Now, you know, we're going to, oh, go ahead.
DLA, I'm sorry. DLA is asking, what's my beef today? I have a very special beef just for your, we can do that. We don't have to
okay, well, just let me know when you want to do it, because I'll bring up the whole, we'll do the whole. Now, you've got to do another one tomorrow, so you better have one for tomorrow.
I've got another one tomorrow. Now,
tomorrow on Graybeards, we're going to be drawing Wraith of God characters, really pushing the Wraith of God envelope this week. So
that'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Sister Ronan goes, is it an all-American beef? So that's the best kind.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So Gary, what are your plans for, you have a Space Girl sort of graphic novel epic that you're looking to do. What are your plans right now for that?
I'm working on the story. It's a complicated story, and I haven't figured everything out yet. And it kind of ends in a cliffhanger, and the cliffhanger makes it even more complicated. So I have to figure out the part 2. So I don't want to just write up into the cliffhanger and think, oh, I'll take care of what happens later. Right. I need to know what's going to happen later. Otherwise, I'm, writing myself into a box. So that's what I'm doing. I'm working out the story, and it's something that I should start having some stuff pretty soon.
Excellent. So you're going to start dropping like some artwork here and there, kind of planting the seeds before you.
I don't know. I think I might just wait. Have a cover done and 3 or 4 interior pages, and then launch that artwork in the campaign. Okay. I mean, completely. This is my first comic book crowdfunding, so it's learning experience for me. I admit openly I don't know what I'm doing.
In terms of crowdfunding, not comic book making.
Right, crowdfunding. Yeah. I've only done one.
About that.
Yeah, I've only done one, and it was an art book, and pretty much everything was done. So doing what you do is doing the crowdfunding and producing the artwork at the same time. That's new for me.
It's a full workload, Gary.
Yeah,
I've said this many times before, but it's always worth repeating that at 60 years old, 60 years young, I'm busier now than I've ever been.
No, it's 60 years old.
Yeah.
People who say 60 years young or 70 years young, they're not fooling anybody.
Well, Howard Chaykin told me once, he said, when he turned 60, he said, Aaron, 60 is the new 40. So there you go.
Well, in Howard's case, 60 is the new 70.
Well, he is 70 something now, I guess. He must be.
Yeah, he's got to be.
But he's still out there. It's like, it's fun to see that, like him and Walter Simonson, they're still out there grinding, man. I don't know how they have the energy, to still be doing books, putting together comic books. Because you hear people talk about what's hard work. Well, roofing is hard work, but from a mental aspect,
it's mentally,
from a creative standpoint, doing interiors is. Jeff Johnson when I was at CrossGen, he used to say, man, he goes, doing comics is hard work. So I don't fault anybody for any little shortcuts they take to get it done. Because we were probably criticizing someone for swiping somebody or, tracing something. And he's like, hey, however you can get it done, man, this is hard work. And it
Well,
is.
it's a different environment when you're doing work for hire on especially a monthly book. I mean, yeah, it's unforgiving. You've got to get it out.
Well,
So fans expect, excellence, and you can't always deliver that. But with crowdfunding, you can put in a lot more into the work than you can with a monthly gig.
that's totally true. And it's interesting when you're doing a monthly book, you can kind of get into a rhythm,
But
because
it's a rhythm of shortcuts.
yes,
You're constantly thinking about, and I struggled with this for a long time. When I stopped doing that, you're constantly thinking about how much could you put in a certain amount of time. I've got this amount of time to put in as much in this page as I can. When you are getting paid more, if you have a higher page rate, or you're in a crowdfunding situation where it's a long-term thing and you can, put your heart and soul into it. I have trouble not thinking like that. I'm constantly thinking, do you do that? Do you think about, like now, do you think about shortcuts and then you have to talk yourself out of, wait a minute, I don't have to do that shortcut.
yes, because you sit there and you try and project out, right? Because on these campaigns, they ask you when's your completion date, but it's not hard and fast. It's estimated completion date, right? So you say, okay, well, if I do pencil and ink 10 to 12 pages a month, right? You say that I should be able to do that, right? And that'll get me to here. Well, then the month goes by and maybe you've only got 8, right? And so then you start stressing, right? And you're like, I'm not going to hit that deadline that I said, 9 months down the road or whatever. But then you got to catch yourself and go, you know what? This is a rare opportunity that I have to do my best work.
Right.
So don't shortcut it. You don't have to
take advantage of that. Yeah. And then, okay. So I guess I'm not the only one that we get in that mode of the deadline and to put as much as we can into that period of time, which means we're constantly thinking about what you can get away with and what you can't. For me, it's like, should I cross-hatch the shadow on, to make a texture? No, I don't have time.
Right.
Wait a minute.
I'm listening.
I do have time. I can do it. And I have to go through that internal dialogue constantly to convince myself, when I'm working on commissions or whatever, that I don't have to take those shortcuts.
Don't you think that's like 30 plus years of programming?
Yes, that's exactly.
Because that you always would take that to your drawing table with you. Though you never did any job in comics that it wasn't a deadline attached to.
Right. That you had that looming over you.
Right. And so you're like, I've got to do 5 pages a week if I'm going to hit this deadline. I got to do 6 pages a week. That means I'm working Saturday or I'm not going to get this done.
Or I set a daily goal, so in the morning, or actually the night before, I would tell myself, this is what I need to get done tomorrow.
Right.
And so that's my deadline for that day. And so I'm cutting corners all day long to meet that daily deadline.
And it's always figuring out how to cut corners without people being able to look at it and go, oh,
right.
You really hacked this.
Cutting corners. Yeah.
Right. And sometimes it's a real difficult background that you just leave out, or you design the page so that, or in your case, maybe there's some, like you said, there's some cross hatching, I'm going to make this a solid black.
Some special technique, or just to add zip a tone or a special effect or whatever. There's a lot of stuff you want to do. You just don't have time to do.
Exactly. Fox Mulder says, wow, all the original art is sold out. Did you not get any, Fox? I know you wanted to get some. So that sounds like I've got Kit Carter stuff that's going to go up on my website. So if you didn't get anything here, and there will be some more stuff coming up on this campaign later.
So the original art on this campaign is gone already.
Apparently that is what I'm being told. Let's take a look here.
Can I, speaking of cutting corners, can I dash out a sketch of Wraith, and when you put it up on your campaign, if they're going that fast.
Oh my gosh. So we had the back cover art is gone. The Wraith
Wow.
Nouveau original is gone. The Wrightson layouts is gone. That's always a really good package to get because you're getting everything.
A lot of stuff, right?
There's a lot of, I always guarantee at least 50 pages of artwork, but it's always way more than that. And then the EC cover and then the Marvel cover. So all the big ticket items on this campaign.
Already. Has that happened before? Is this normal for you?
Yeah. It happened on the last one. I don't know if it happened this quickly on the last one, but
okay. See, now the pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together. Now I see why you don't really care if you have auctions on Graveyard or not, because you know, oh, my campaign's coming up. I'll sell a bunch of pages. You don't care if you auction off, you know, something for $50.
Heart of Roy says, Aaron, add a piece of thicker pink card that looks like gum. I can put it in the card set. I'd have to get like wax. I was talking about trading cards before you came on. I'd have to get like a wax covering, you know, those packages, those wax packages that folded, you know.
Do you remember the gum?
Huh?
Do you remember the gum in trading card sets? It was like cardboard. It was
it was.
You know, like super stale and
yeah, but you chewed it anyway, right? And you're like, right. I'm not throwing this away.
Gum, yeah. Yep. I was the kind of kid that if I got like a pack of gum, I would put every single stick in my mouth all at once. So I would have this.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like drool. You can't keep the drool. Yeah. You're trying to get it soft.
Yep.
Sleeping psychopathy. Aaron Lopresti, is there supposed to be a secret tier with the IGG link? I'm not sure exactly if I'm interpreting that question right. I sent out an email to everybody that signed up early. I sent it out earlier today that has all of the secret tier links on it. Let me try that again. Yes. And when you order through the secret tier, it basically ensures that you get the Art to Bear Garbage Man trading card free with your order. So you should have got an email. If you didn't get one, go ahead and order and then just message me and say, hey, I ordered, but I didn't use the link. And I'll put you on a list to make sure you get the card when we're fulfilling, you know, this campaign next year. If that is what you're saying, I think that's what you're asking me. If it isn't, please clarify and we'll in the chat and I'll address it as well. Yes, I think she said he or she, whoever. I can't. That's a girl taking a picture, but that doesn't mean it's a girl. So
right, that always throws me off.
Psychopathy says thank you. So I did answer the question of this person. Yes, it's wait a minute. Where she says yes. So now we have confirmation. Sleeping psychopathy is a female. Thank you. I didn't want to make sure and we don't like to misgender on this show, Gary.
That's easy for us
to do on that road. But you know, you brought something up that I want to get into a little bit that I think is kind of interesting. In that, and I don't know if it was you and I that had this conversation originally, or if it was with somebody else. But it was basically a conversation about sort of like shortcutting. And I'm stalling here because I'm looking for something I can show visually here. But we were talking, tell me if this was you or not, we were talking about Wrightson's Swamp Thing and how he would always deliver on the splash pages.
Right.
But then some of the panel pages were, you know, not quite as
he
wasn't killing himself necessarily on
on every panel.
Right. But he made sure that on the money shots, it was all there. And right. So
I was thinking about recreating the werewolf splash page where it's like an upshot
Right.
of the werewolf, and there's all zipatone and cross hatching and all this crazy stuff in there. And it's
Hmm.
like that, that took him more than one day to do it.
Right.
Or
I'm looking.
to get a page rate at DC, he was losing money on the deal. But to your point, he wasn't doing that on every panel, just that splash page.
Right. And I don't want to, I was like looking for, I don't know, I was looking for images of his that, like pages that, oh, this is not that great. But I mean, it's kind of hard when you're talking about, when you're talking about Wrightson, it's kind of hard. But let's,
Wrightson in his prime.
yeah, because even the panel pages were good. But
Right.
I mean, this, of course, we'd consider a money shot. This, of course, is from Swamp Thing #1. Now, he didn't put any trees back here.
Yeah, no background. But you don't need a background.
Right, because you have this huge word balloon up here. And then, of course, you can see all the detail he put into Swamp Thing, right? And that's kind of where your focus is anyway. I'm kind of surprised that we didn't drop in a little bit of just indication in the rain, like some background there.
Yeah,
but maybe he felt it would distract from the power of the moment.
Or he just might have, run out of time.
Well, that's what happens.
That's, that was semi bi-monthly, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was bi-monthly because he was penciling and inking it. And he was still behind most of the time. Again, your elements here are there's so much going on here in the, in Swamp Thing and the trees, and you got this, and then you just kind of, indicate a little bit of background there. Right.
Right.
And I'm not saying this didn't take him forever to do, because the work he put in here.
Yeah. But there's a lot of black.
There's a lot of black. And that was the thing with Wrightson too, is he, we think that there was a ton of line work in there all the time, but there really wasn't.
No.
There was a lot of black area which I happen to like, because it creates a great deal of volume. And to me, that's kind of the goal, is always to create that sort of three-dimensional feeling in a two-dimensional piece of artwork.
And I always liked the visual combination of black and gray. And there's different ways of achieving gray with ink. And mostly how he did it was either long feathering lines or cross hatching.
Right.
And he was so good at that whenever he used it, he didn't use it on, like crazy, but whenever he did use it, it was a treat.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, again, if you've got people spend about, what do they say, about a minute on each page while they're reading it.
Right.
Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to go back and look careful at stuff, right? But so you're leading people through on this panel page, and you have a big.
Yeah, it usually takes me, like, for a 25-page comic book, it usually takes me at least an hour to read it. If it's
really?
If so it's drawn by, I only read comics by artists that I admire. I never read comics for the story. It's always for the art. So I'll read the dialogue, and then I stare at the panel for a couple of minutes. And then I go, so I'm destroying the storytelling, the pacing.
I was going to say, what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm destroying it, because it's like freeze framing a movie after an actor says his line. That's what I'm doing. That's how I read a comic book.
Am I got the right page up? I don't even know what I'm doing here.
Find that werewolf page. I've got it somewhere.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. And the thing with that werewolf page is the perspective on that is jacked up.
I know. It's the guy in the foreground. Let me pull it up. The guy in the foreground was literally on the floor looking up at him.
Yeah, it's like if he's coming through a hatch door or something.
I have a black and white of that. Let's see if I can find it. I have a list of artists that I want to do recreations of. I mean, I have tons of folders. No, that's not it. That's not it. Commission list.
See, I always read through it at just regular normal speed, and then I go back and look at the
Okay.
artwork.
See, that's what I should do, but I can't, because like I say, I get a comic book for the art, and for me, the story's always secondary. And so that kind of, it defeats the purpose of the storytelling.
Right. You're killing the storytelling, Gary, by doing that.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
discipline, man. Amanda B says, why is the Nouveau print not a cover? Well, because I can't make them all covers, Amanda. It'd be like 100 covers. I designed that specifically to be a print, and it's not specific to, well, it's not specific to the story. It's just kind of a general Wraith thing. So that's why I didn't use it as a cover, but I didn't, I don't know. I never really thought of using a cover until you brought it up right now. And now I feel
how many covers do you have so far?
I got 4, Gary. Let's take a look at them since you brought it up.
Let's see them.
Okay. So let's, I've had the campaign up, but let's kind of revisit it a little bit. I want to make sure that there's no one sitting in the back room that wants in. Okay. So this is Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow. I'm guaranteeing you at least 64 pages Wraith story, at least.
Yeah. So you know, Aaron, there's, you guys know, Aaron, there's going to be more than 64.
There's going to be more than 64. I pretty much can guarantee you that right off the bat. And I'm not even done, finished up with the script yet, so I can guarantee it. But if we hit 100K, which I also feel very strongly that we will do, we're going to include the David Williams backup story, which is the origin of Empirus. And we'll show, I got some of those pages too, Gary, but here are your 4.
That should be motivation enough to get back.
Have you seen those pages?
Yes.
Okay.
He showed me the color of the double page and the other one. That's, it's comics, the way comics should be.
Exactly. Well, we'll show them in just a second, but here's your cover options. You have Wraith of God, Fear Hollow cover number. This would be A, I guess. The cover B is the EC tribute cover.
Love that. Are you going to do the matte and shiny on that?
I am. If that's one of the stretch goals, that we go to the gloss finish on this head, and head and hand probably in the foreground. We'll get the spot gloss, I believe it's called, finish on there. Graham Nolan does it a lot. It looks really cool. Then of course the Marvel retro cover, right? I went as far this time to go ahead and put corny dialogue on the cover to go all the way.
Okay, I can't see it. What's she saying?
It says, "No use, Wraith. You're helpless before my dark powers." Huh? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's Marvel all the way. Why would a villain tell someone that they're helpless? And to use adjectives, my dark power.
This is David Williams. Oh, there he is. All right, you're in, David. Thank you. Sorry. You haven't been waiting very long, have you? David?
We can't hear you, David.
David's still negotiating.
He's still negotiating his new computer. He hasn't worked out all the bugs yet.
Well, the icon's there, so he can jump in whenever he's able. So anyway, these were the, the covers they did in 1972. If you remember, they had all those box covers, which I always liked.
Yeah, me too. I have to, every time I see this, that witch figure is so well done. I mean, I'm pretty snobby when it comes to comic art. My eyes always go to things that, I would adjust. Maybe that's the inker in me. I think that's a perfectly drawn figure. Well, and I do not say that lightly. I really love her.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Gary. So anyway, this is, and I went with, I don't know if obnoxious is the right word, but I wanted to go with the brightest color options. So I went and looked at what they used a lot. They used for these, this area outside the box. And there's like yellow covers, red, black. It was light blue, which wouldn't really work because there's so much blue in this cover anyway. And then white. And I've used white and red already because I didn't even mean to do it, but on every Wraith of God campaign, I have done one of these box covers. So I've used white, I've used red. So I thought I'm going yellow, and I really like it. It's
yeah. Well, that especially the green behind the logo and the yellow works really well.
Yes, thank you. I had to change the color there. So because it's normally, you know, red and yellow back here, or it's a yellow flame, and it's like it just melted right in the background. So I had to actually alter some of the stuff here.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's clarify something.
Yep.
Empire Comics Group.
Yes. It's like Marvel Comics Group. That's what they put on the.
Yeah, but I'm thinking, okay, how many titles have you published that would actually qualify as a group?
Well, no, it's a group of us. It's me, Shelly, and my mom.
Oh, okay.
That's the Empire Comics Group.
Okay. That's 3 people.
It's Frega.
Oh, it's
happening, gents.
Hey,
How are you?
Dan,
Good to see you.
thanks for coming in. You're early for the bros, but that's okay.
No,
It's
man.
fun.
I'm right on time.
There you go. So anyway, so then this is the Chris Stevens cover that I've been holding in check.
oh, I've not seen this.
And I almost didn't put a logo on it because it was like I didn't want to cover up any of it, you know.
So you compromised and put a really small one.
Yeah, really kind of tiny one up here, you know, and but I think it works. So, you know, the only thing we're covering up is a little bit of tree there. So
That's awesome.
yeah, man, when I got this, when this like showed up and I opened it up and I was like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. This is awesome.
It looks like he's catching them doing something.
She's like, Esther's like,
They're like, oops.
Well, is there like maybe down here? Is that a little grave right there? Maybe they're
doing something, and he's
Yeah.
like, "Hey, get out of there!"
Well, David left us because he's having computer problems apparently, but we'll see if he can make
Yo,
it.
did you guys see this Hollywood Reporter article? I just got sent it like 5 minutes ago.
No.
It's from this morning. Here, you can see it right here. James
Hang on a second.
Cameron.
Hang on. James Cameron joins board of Stability AI and coup for tech firm.
Okay, could you translate that
Wait.
for us?
The director says the intersection of generative AI and CGI image creation is the next wave of film technology. He joins the company behind the popular Stable Diffusion AI model.
So, in other
Oh,
words, he's
goodness.
helping destroy all of us.
Well, what I think
Terminator.
is crazy is look at how that autofocus sucks. There we go.
Run from the autofocus, Dan.
No, what I think is kind of ironic is he's the Terminator guy.
Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
I mean? Like.
So is that
dude.
the path to eliminating actors, live actors?
I think it's there's like a weird I just had this conversation. I have this conversation often just about what is creativity and you know, it when you get someone like James Cameron behind it, that guy's not a dummy. He's really intelligent and always pushes the boundaries on technologies. Yeah, exactly. Keynote.
The man who warned us about Skynet is making Skynet. Exactly.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I mean, here's the thing. The problem that I think about is that we've had over 100 and what do you say, Aaron? You're a film guy. 120 something years of filmmaking.
Yeah, you go all the way
Right.
back to the
Okay, so you go all the way back there, and then you have thousands of years of literature, and then you have you know, whatever, 100 years of comics. You have all of this lore and all this stuff that AI is allowed to gobble up, and you know, we as human beings kind of work like AI in a way. You know what I mean? Like I go, hey, I like John Byrne. Hey, I like this. And I take my experiences as a human and I put them together, and because that's where I start, and then I end up having my own voice, but it initially came from there. And a lot of
Sure.
the decisions we make are based on our experiences. Like,
Right.
bringing up the professionals and guys, you're I don't want to say your age, because we're all still kind of in the bracket, in the mix. But I missed the boat on those Universal Monster model kits, right?
Oh yeah,
Like,
I built all of those.
see what I'm saying? I have no affinity for them whatsoever, none. And you could probably see it in my work. There's not a lot of ghouly, creepy kind of fun in my work, because I didn't expose myself to it. Whereas these non-creative people are thinking creatively on a tech level on how to take away humanity as an art form, and I don't think that's very cool.
No, I would agree. Stealth X5 for $2 says you do say the name correctly. Shane says it wrong.
Which name?
Stealth X5.
Stealth X5. What does Shane say?
Stealth
times
5.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he's still stuck on high school math.
It could be. Let's finish off looking at this campaign, and then we'll Gary, we're going to look at some Wrightson stuff again here. This is David's page. David, can you talk? Can you hear us? Apparently,
what up, Brohawk?
Still having trouble. So this is page 1 to the Empirist origin story. There's the double pager.
Wait a second. This is on Wraith of God?
Well, no, this is a backup story that David's doing. It's a stretch goal backup story.
Holy shit. This is,
I mean, cool?
Are these worlds colliding? You know what I'm saying? Like, do these guys show up?
This is Aaron's comic. There are no rules.
That would be so crazy, right?
Dan,
like,
everything's
in the middle
connected.
of everything.
Now everything's connected. Man,
okay.
There's continuity, but
Aaron, could you blow that up?
Please.
I don't know. Can I?
Yeah, dude, this is D-Wams. You can't even defend these compliments. This shit is so good. So good.
No, I can't.
No.
Yeah. So anyway, this will be like a 10 or 12 page story. This is David's version of Eon Chance. He's like, do you mind if I do this or that? And I'm like, dude, do whatever you want to do, bro.
Who's Eon Chance?
So
who's Eon Chance?
That's another one of my characters from the Lopresti verse. Come on, Dan, get caught up in your reading. My goodness.
Well, see, yeah, he knew that. He was just setting you up.
Here's the thing. That's right. Gary's got it right. I want you to tell everybody watching. Not really. I didn't know. And the fact is, I'm kind of like when it comes to a lot of pulp culture, pop culture, not pulp culture, pop culture.
Pulp culture is in the 30s.
It's in there. I missed out on like probably 85% of it because we were busy making stuff. Do you know what I mean?
That's
like,
true. Oh yeah.
When I see all these, like, you get these sort of barrage of like cool things to watch, and let's say there's 10 of them, and most people I know watch 7. I maybe get 1, and right now it's Tulsa King.
Dude, I don't. Okay, I've been told to refresh this. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
We're over 20 grand already in an hour. Nice work.
Yes,
thank you so much.
Yes.
Appreciate it very, very much.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
So anyway, real quickly, and then I'm going to pull up that Wrightson thing. So you've got the 4 cover things we looked at, the backup story stretch goal. The stretch goals are the retro editorial page with character value stamp added to the book. Every backer receives sculpture. She's from the nightclub, the trading card, and then trunk also from the nightclub at 80,000, 100,000. That David Williams story gets in there. $125. We do spot gloss added to that EC tribute cover. Now you can also add on the Wraith of Nouveau print. Those are signed and numbered, limited to only 500. So when 500 are sold, it's over. Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3. This will have all the roughs, page roughs.
This
is
the stuff I'm into the most.
So yeah, there's some cool stuff.
Yeah.
There. Little shot glass action. This is the 4th shot glass out of a series of 6. This is Nightclub. We've had Wraith, Garbage Man, Kit Carter, and now the Nightclub will be the 4th.
So let me get this straight. If you go to this nightclub, you get one of these shot glasses.
Sure. You can get the 3 commemorative 3 poker chips. These are clay poker chips. I'll have a Wraith, Esther, and Keown's werewolf on them. Those are kind of cool. And if you've missed out on the first ones, you can add these on. You can add on Wraith of God 1, both cover variants there on the second printing, and then Wraith of God 2 Blood Hunters, the first printing. So these are all the things you can add on to your orders to give you the complete Wraith experience. So there you go. Now, while we're doing this, oh, hang on a second. Michael Bancroft, all the way from Australia, $5. Thank you so much, Michael. Just back, didn't realize I hadn't grabbed Wraith of God 2 yet, so I picked that up as an add-on as well. Keep up the great work, Aaron. Thank you, Michael. Really appreciate it, man.
Keep up the great work, Michael.
Yes, Michael's
does amazing work, man.
Some really nice looking stuff.
Yeah, his.
You know what's great? That really awesome Wraith of God shirt you gifted me. Whenever I wear it, people think it's that's the one. People think it's for some metal band.
I know, it is kind of metal looking, isn't it?
Yeah, it's super metal looking.
That's a great name for a band.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There you go. Well, I was thinking about re-releasing the Keown Werewolf shirt, or possibly doing a new Wraith of God T-shirt. So I don't know. We'll see what people have to say, because
are you printing shirts on demand, or you just
that's why I've got to make sure I get like at least 50 orders, or I can't do it. Wizard Sleeves, hey Aaron, I didn't see any and everything secret sign up tier, but is there one? Apparently I forgot to add that. Go ahead and order if that's what you want, and just message me and let me know that you ordered it, and I'll put you on the list so you make sure you get the trading card.
Yeah, there's no secret anymore.
Carbon dioxide.
Well, no, I know who signed up early. So if you didn't, it doesn't work. So
carbon dioxide says that the Nouveau version would make a great t-shirt too.
Maybe.
Jorts.
There you go. There's Andy Smith, a little early here.
Speaking of jorts.
Minutes for the bros. Okay, I want to take a look at this before I boot Gary out of here.
Look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were talking about Wrightson, that he would put more effort into like important panels, and this one he just went nuts with.
He spared no effort.
Yeah, I mean you look at like in the dark part of the werewolf. Let me blow this up.
The cross hatching and stuff in here is just crazy. And even zipped in there too. Look at that shirt.
It might not be zipped. He may have just gone in there.
That's something Gary might do, but I don't know.
Yes.
But do you see the gray tones in the black?
Right.
And when it's colored, you don't see that. In the comic, you do not see that.
No.
Well, there's this set of books from Disney called They Drew for Themselves. It's like a series of books about like the concept guys. They drew for themselves. When I see something like this, Bernie was doing this for himself.
Can you guys hear me?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear
you.
All right.
Finally. Did you say, Gary, you're going to recreate this?
I've been thinking about it, but the more I look at it, the more I'm intimidated. So
you don't want to do
it. It's on my.
You're intimidated by this.
Yes.
But you did that big 2-page spread, Frankenstein.
Well, that was
what it is. Gary, just don't be afraid of zip, man.
You got drawers full of it. Use it.
Jeez, Gary, out of all the things I suggesting you recreate your balls ascend back up in your body over this?
Yeah, I'm afraid they do. And you can actually hear the sound. Whoop!
Sure.
I know.
I know what it is. It's
Like
that
two Adam's
randomness.
apples.
It's the randomness of that crosshatch in the shoulders and in there that it's like, how do you recreate that?
There's just a lot to this that
Yep.
scares me.
Where was Bernie geographically when he did this? Was he in the studio at this point, or was he in his own sort of?
No, this was 73, 72 or 73.
So where does that put him in his own domicile?
Well, he was
Yeah,
in
when
New
was
York, but no,
When
I
was the
think
studio?
he wasn't in with the guys, but he was in the same apartment building, I think, with Chaikin and Simonson and those guys.
Okay.
But he wasn't in the
What
studio.
a time, dude! Can you imagine?
Oh yeah, yeah,
I love all those guys, all of them.
yeah.
Well, there's a great story that oh God, I think it was Milgram told where him and Simonson, I can't remember if him and Simonson were roommates at one point or if they were just hanging out together at Simonson's apartment. And Wrightson came downstairs because he was in the same building and said, "Hey, you guys, I'm going to throw out a bunch of stuff. If you want it, you want anything, come on up." And they just were pounding each other to, get up there first and go through his flat files and take up all these scraps.
Could you
Yeah, I
imagine?
know. I would have gone nuts.
I can't.
Yeah,
imagine.
okay. David's got that double page.
Okay, all right. I'm like,
Yeah, make it big, man. There we go.
all right. So that's the double page spread for that Empirus backup story that'll be in Wraith of God 3 Blood Hunters, Fear Hollow. So
The scale on this is incredible.
See, the way their body language and
know,
gestures, when they're looking at that
I feel like
thing, it reminds me of how I behave when I see a golden brown corn dog.
I think I feel like correct me if I'm wrong, bro. Do you before you draw it stand like that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Because you
Kinda
could
stand
feel
in.
it, man. You feel it. It's alive.
So
Yeah.
it is written, so it shall be done.
I don't think people understand how difficult of an angle that is. I mean,
Yeah.
that is not. I mean, when I wrote the script that I gave to David, and I had a vision in my mind how I would do it, and I tell you right now, it wasn't like this. Because I saw this, I was like, "Holy smokes! Wow!"
And
So-
for anybody asking if these are for sale, no, these are all going to Aaron.
Well, you don't have to do that, but
Shut up.
I'm gonna fight.
Yeah,
over
Aaron
that
already
double
said you could
pager.
send me the 2-page spread.
No,
Oh,
he said you could send it to good old pal Fragaboom.
What's going to happen?
No,
Aaron
he
has
didn't.
sold out of his artwork on his campaign, so these pages are going to be up tomorrow.
oh my goodness! All right, well, that's really understated to say that that's awesome work, but that is awesome work. So anyway, you guys get in there, back the campaign. That's something that's a stretch goal, but I know we'll get there. So pretty much you can count on seeing that David Williams story in there, and it's going to be awesome. Sleeping Psychopathy says, once again, David Williams is a master of light and
Is
shadow.
it psychopathy or psychopathy?
It's got to be psychopathy. It's got to be how you pronounce that.
Psychopathy.
Yeah, that's the way I would pronounce it, but that doesn't
No,
sound
it's not. It can't be right.
Psychopathy.
That's not right.
Maybe it's a play on words and he's making it his own.
Like
It's a
analyst
her.
and
Don't
therapist.
misgender her. That's a she.
Okay, maybe she's making it her own.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, that's how you'd pronounce it.
which
David,
would
you-
not be out of character for a female.
Oh boy, David G for $4.99. Thank you so much. Backer 175. Hey, thank you. Hollow 4-pack. This is my favorite series in CG. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Appreciate all you guys backing today. We've been live for about an hour and a half, and it is going well. And I really want to thank you guys for showing up in they say en masse and helping
21.
kill this thing.
Crushing it, dude.
Okay, everybody's pounding my brow saying, Aaron, you got to add the Wraith of Everything secret tier. It was an oversight on my part. If you want to order right now, go ahead and do it and just email me and let me know that you did. And I'll put you on the list to make sure you get the card. But I will take care of that at some point, but not at this very second. But I will take care of this very second. It's Graham Nolan.
Hey, congratulations. 21,000 already?
Yes.
Damn, son.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Graham. Appreciate it.
Well done.
Well, you know, I started off by talking about how great Star Trek II, the motion picture is, and they the money started rolling.
And then refunds came in.
I think it's just a refund right now. I think I just saw a refund.
Aaron, that reminds me, ever since I started appearing on your show, Graybeards, at least twice a week on Facebook, I get invited to Star Trek groups.
Sorry.
Where do they get the impression that I know in a Star Trek Facebook group?
You used to call yourself the Spock of inking, Gary, so maybe that has something to do with
Well,
that.
you came up with that, I think.
No, well, okay, maybe I did. Graham,
well, Gary, I can tell you after my one appearance on Graybeards, I started getting hounded by the hottest chicks out there. I'm like, ladies, I'm married.
well, it is. We have a large female contingency on Graybeards, Gary.
You got the leftovers there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of what do you call them? Groupies? Yeah, we have a lot of groupies on Graybeards.
They would ask me things like, "You must be Aaron's son," and I'm like, I can see that.
Aaron,
what's your dad really like?
You're mispronouncing the word droopy with the D. Droopies.
Droopies? Oh, is that for the older crowd? Oh,
Flippity floppity.
Graham, I gotta ask you.
Yeah.
What was because I missed last week's landing party.
Yeah.
What was sort of the overall grade for the episode?
I think you were dead on. You were a 7.5.
Yes.
I gave it a 7.5. And it was only Anna and I. And Anna gave it, I think, a 7 or a 7.5. I think we were all right in the same.
Good. How about that? What are we doing tomorrow? I got to watch it. Yeah, I'm going to watch it tonight. I'm going to be streaming all night. But what's our episode tomorrow?
Tomorrow is hold on.
I'll put him on the spot.
Yeah. Hold on here. I can find it.
Okay. Well, while you're looking,
While you're
and you
go sell some comics.
Hey,
okay.
hey, Aaron, wait.
Fear Hollow. That's what we're launching here today.
Aaron.
Oh,
Yeah.
This Side of Paradise.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, This Side of Paradise.
Oh, okay.
Aaron,
Yes,
that
David.
sounds like what we're doing
I
right
have
now.
to run off to the store. So congrats
Oh,
on
cool.
the book. I'm sorry
Thank you.
that I have to dip out so quick, but
No, that's fine. I got to throw everybody out anyway. We're doing Brofessionals in a couple minutes. So, but thank you, David. I appreciate it. I'll be going all night. If you get bored, you can come back.
See you later, David.
Do the best, Bro Hawk.
See you,
all right,
bro.
guys. You guys take care. Bestest to you all.
Thanks,
bud.
man.
Bye.
Look at Paul Taylor says, "Ooh, that's a great one." He's talking about This Side of Paradise. He likes. He thinks Spock should be in the circus right next to the dog-faced boy.
Well, he'd
he's-
end up
Dog
looking
face
like a
pony
dog-faced boy if he didn't realize that that was Charles Bronson's wife he had the hots for.
That's right. Who she stole from David McCallum.
That's right. That's
Ah.
true.
Oh.
The man from U.N.C.L.E. gave it up.
Wow.
Didn't he- I think when they were filming The Great Escape, that didn't he tell McCallum to his face he was going to steal his wife?
I think I have heard that story.
He did it. So
Yeah, well, he's Charles Bronson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, don't mess with Charlie.
Yeah.
He's
Don't
still
mess
alive?
with my melons.
Is Bronson still alive?
No.
No.
Man, I just remember seeing a picture of him walking down the street with some like little blonde girl, and he just looked jacked. And someone's like, he's like 53 in the picture. Or
Yeah.
something.
Oh,
Well, that's
yeah.
his wife, Jill Ireland.
Oh my. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, dude.
Yeah.
I never thought of him like that. I always liked the not Dirty Harry movies. The other ones. The ones he's in.
Death
Clint
Wish.
Eastwood.
Death
Yeah.
Wish.
Death
Thank
Wish.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But he's always wearing like
Yeah.
jackets and stuff.
Suits
You didn't
and stuff,
realize
yeah.
he's a
Yeah.
total badass.
To answer James' question, the campaign's going to run for. I usually run it for 45 days before I go into demand. So if you're saying, how much time do I have to back? You got time. You got time. So, but I am encouraging everybody to back now, because if you order before midnight tonight, and it's not a joke, if you order or back before midnight tonight, I'll be working on it later tonight. I'll be working on a Wraith of God black and white 11 by 14 piece. And anybody that orders for midnight tonight will be in a lottery to win that for free. So there is a little incentive there.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yep. All right, Gary, I'm going to give you the boot. If you want to come back later tonight when I'm streaming, please do. Thank you for joining me, and good conversation. Gary, of course, will be, if he's not back later tonight, he'll be back tomorrow on Graybeards. You guys want to check that out when we're doing Wraith of God. But right now, we're going to get the Brofessionals rolling. So, Gary, thank you. See you soon.
See you later, Gary.
Bye, Gary.
Okay.
All right, share my screen.
We're still, is Art must be eating dinner.
Art and Billy.
Yeah, they're always eating dinner.
There it is.
Yep.
Yo,
Oh, yeah,
see what
dude.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
And how old is he here?
Let's see, 71. He's in his 50s, I think, or I think it's like early 50s.
Was he taking HGH back then? How could
No.
you look like that at that age?
The dude
Look
grew
at
up in a
Graham.
mine, you know.
I
He
guess.
he just, you know, brick shit house. Not super tall, but you know, just
Nah, he
No.
looks like
He's
he
like-
like a Michelangelo sculpture.
Wasn't he just like 5'8" or something?
maybe.
I would never made fun of him though for it.
No.
So is that a colorized photo all the way to the left of the
Yeah.
same image, or
Yeah.
Oh, he's
it was originally
50
black
here,
and white.
according to Admiral Wackass.
he was
What
straight
the-
up 50?
What is
Yeah.
that picture, Graham? The picture where they're in like swimwear down there underneath the colorized version. Is that from a movie, or is that just like a? Oh, it's just a poster or something.
Yeah. There's a few shots of them.
Damn.
I don't know if it was a movie.
Maybe it's the lighting, because all the other ones he looks like normal. You know what I mean?
Well, he's still pretty cut up,
Oh yeah, for sure.
you know. Like here, you know, he might have had a few beers.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah,
Who
Here-
doesn't want?
push it out just a little bit.
Here he's all dried out like a
Yeah.
bodybuilder, you know, and everything's
That's
popping.
right.
That's right. Last they used to, wouldn't Arnold used to do that? Talk about how they just would like they wouldn't drink water for like before they competed, so they were super dehydrated, so that there were, you know, the muscles and veins would show better.
Yeah, well, they would take you know, like coffee or tea. What do they call those things?
Diuretic,
Diuretic. Yeah, they take diuretics. Yeah.
nasty.
And here I am filling up on water here.
It's good for
Well, okay, you know what? I'm going to run the Bros intro, and we're just going to get going.
What is
and I
she
assume-
doing now? What is
It-
she doing these
Let's do
days?
Did you guys hear? Did you guys hear from Billy or Art and that saying they wouldn't be here, or are they just? Are we assuming they're
No,
just?
I'm
late?
sure they'll be here.
you. No, I'm sure they'll be here.
Okay.
They'd
All right.
rather be here.
All right. Let me
Have
find
to
my
come
little-
out.
I got to get the new Bros intro, but I'm still using the old one. So here we go. It's now time, folks, for the Brofessionals. I had to work that explosion.
Deja vu.
You know, every time I hear that, it makes me think of Betamax tapes.
what, that music?
Huh?
The Betamax.
There's, you
It's
know,
a bit-
it was a good format back in the early 80s and late 70s when they were putting movies out on them.
Well,
Now, Dan, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So when I first came on, your camera was different because you were drawing on your Cintiq, right?
Yes, yes.
Is your Cintiq, and I've been to your house, but I don't remember, is your Cintiq on a swivel type thing? Because you moved it up so easily. What is that?
It's
all
on an
about?
arm. It's on
You
an
need to
arm.
send me a link to that arm. I might have to get
Do
one
it.
of those.
See the
Good,
arm?
that's so nice. What size Cintiq is that?
It's 21. It's for like a 2007.
Oh.
Everything I have.
Will
is
that
old.
arm work for the bigger one, the 24,
Oh
27,
yeah.
or no?
Oh yeah. And it's a and you
Okay.
know what's crazy is it's a Amazon Basic. It's like it's not even like a crazy brand. It's just an Amazon arm. I can go into my what do you call it? My orders from back in the day and send
Yeah,
you
I'll
a
look
link.
for it.
Yeah.
But I will say, Graham and Dan, Aaron, you're not included in this because you don't work on an iPad every now,
No,
at all.
not yet.
I got that board thing for the iPad.
Sketchboard
Nice.
Pro.
Isn't that great?
It is nice. I like it.
Do
I
you
was
use
messing
it on
around
your
last
lap, or
night.
do you set it up on like a drawing table?
Well, I just got it yesterday. So last night, before the Kings last night, I was just on my chair watching TV.
Gotcha.
But it still made such a huge difference just doing that. But yeah, I like it. It's got those legs and stuff. It's cool.
Yeah.
So
I set it up on my drawing table with
Same
the
here.
two legs angled.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's up.
Yep. It's
Yep.
got a really nice angle on it, and boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me do an official
do it.
introduction. You guys are now watching the Brofessionals. It's a rotating show that each of us, including Billy and Art, who are not here yet, but hopefully will be soon, rotates every week. I jumped out of order because we're launching Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow today. So this is now a Brofessional / launch stream special episode.
Let's just
But
be honest. I had no good ideas, and I said, "You got to launch your book, Aaron."
early.
So the truth comes out. But I did come up with an idea. As I said, I sat in bed this morning, kind of rolling around, going, I got to come up with an idea. And I thought, there has to have been some movies in our lives that helped influence ourselves stylistically, either as an artist or a writer or both.
Well, 1,000,000%.
There you
Even
go.
though
So I
there's no
thought
such thing.
that's a topic, right?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, before we get started, let me do a little self-serving here. In fact, I'm going to do this. Let me show you guys the video because you probably haven't seen it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Now,
Let's see it.
This is courtesy of our good friend Phil Diaz did this.
Represent.
And,
All right, Phil.
so let me play this. You can hear it, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. You can turn it up though.
Nice.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Very good.
Excellent.
Very nice.
Well
yeah,
done.
and he really bailed me out because I was like, the guy that Graham and I normally use, he usually takes 6 weeks to 2 months or something, and
Whoa.
I needed this in a couple weeks. And so
Yeah.
I had Phil on my Sunday show, and he, we showed his campaign and everything. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, I did that trailer." And I went, "Wow, that was a really good trailer." So I said, "So how long does it take you to do that?" He turned that around for me in a week.
Wow.
Good stuff.
So yeah, I couldn't be more happy about it. Anyway, this is Wraith of God 3 Fear Hollow. This is going to be at least 64 pages, probably more when I get the script completely finished. You have 4 cover options. Here's cover A. That's your standard. We've got the cover B, which is the EC tribute cover right there. The Marvel retro cover from circa 1972. Now, this is, Andy asked me this earlier, but this is not based on a particular Gil Kane cover. It's just, it's very Gil Kane-y, but it's not based on a particular design or cover that he did.
And Eric Larson
It's
likes this
just
cover,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. If only I could get Eric's approval, my whole life would change.
Yeah.
Get him to do a backup.
Yeah, I can't imagine. Look at this. Chris Stevens did this painted cover for me, and I almost didn't want to put a logo on it, but I thought, oh, I better. So I made it really tiny and put it up in the corner. But
You know, Virgin covers, they do work. I did one.
Is it a digital paint or paint?
dude, this is for real. This is like acrylics and markers.
What?
Really?
Yeah, I've got the original, dude.
Holy shit!
Is it on an illustration board or
line art,
just
too.
Bristol?
It's just on a regular comic book board.
It's not even like 3 or 4 ply. It's
Is
just
it
2 ply Bristol.
digitally enhanced? Like, how did he get her hair to pop like that?
No, I mean I adjusted color because this is a little bit more. Well, here, let me
Full screen yourself,
I'll
big guy.
show it in a second
Yeah.
once I get through the campaign. Then
Okay.
we'll bring it up. This is the 3 pages of the backup Empirus origin story that David Williams will be drawing and coloring. And this is 100,000K stretch goal, but I have total faith, you guys, that we're going to get there.
Oh, yeah.
So this will be in there. And so you're going to get at least 64 pages of Wraith, and then you'll get another 10 to 12 page backup story here with another one of my Loprestiverse characters. So that's a lot of fun. Got a couple of trading cards as options for stretch goals. The retro editorial Marvel page with the value stamp will be added at 40,000. We're practically there. Spot glass added to the EC tribute cover when we get to 125 and 150. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Wraith Nouveau print is available. 500 is all signed and numbered. Once 500 is sold, it's gone.
And that's is that
Gone.
what size is that?
This is 11 by 17.
Okay. Cool.
So it does ship separately unless you buy the Wraith of Everything, and then it all comes in one big box. So
Sexy.
then there's the Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3. This, of course, is layouts for the entire book. So you can compare what I did, for layouts and how what it turned out in the final art when you look at the book. And it's kind of nice to compare the two. It's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Our 4th shot glass in a series of 6. This is the nightclub shot glass. So you have already Wraith of God shot glass, Garbage Man, Kit Carter with the last campaign, which should ship out any day now. I'm waiting for those to come back from the printer. And then the nightclub will be number 4, and there'll be 6 total for the entire set when we're done. We have
You should do it, Aaron.
What's that?
Is you should crowdfund a display, a wooden display for that, so it'd be like
going to.
for the glasses, and
Yep.
then a raised platform, and then you'd have Aaron Lepresky whiskey that would be in the center of it, and then your glasses would go around it.
Can you get custom stuff like that? You probably can, right? You've probably
can.
done it, haven't you?
Yeah.
It'd be Aaron
Lepresky
Lepresti sweet tea.
Yeah, well, that's true. It would have to be Lepresky sweet tea or
Yeah.
That's a great idea to do it with a flask or something, and you could fill it with whatever
Ooh,
you wanted.
yeah, but people want to display the shot glasses,
Right. Well, I'm going to do a shot glass display, but I hadn't thought of doing a Wraith of God whiskey bottle. That would be pretty cool. We got Wraith of God poker chips. There's a set of 3. These are clay chips, so they're like real poker chips. Then you can get Wraith of God 1 and Wraith of God 2 as an add-on, and all the original art has been sold already. So there'll be more added later. So anyway, let's take a look here. We'll get a total and we'll get the show rolling. 23,747.
200 backers. That's the
Thank
magic
you
number.
guys so much.
Oh, yes.
Wow, appreciate that very, very much. So we'll go back and check on that later, but there's links in the description of this video for this campaign and all the Brofessionals campaigns as well. So Graham's Joe Frankenstein 3, Andy's Cordrath, The Awakening, and of course Pineapple Perception, Black Flag Pineapple Perception for Dan Fraga, as well as Art Taber's Oodles of Doodles and Billy's Rocketeer book. So everything is in the description of this video. You can follow those links, back your favorite bros, and especially back this tonight because we want to launch strong and get that momentum going. So
don't
thank
forget
you guys.
the Escape from Monster Island sign-up list is live.
Oh, is it now too?
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go.
Aaron,
Graham
I
was
would like you to
23.
know I was backer. I see Dan. Dan, were you 23? Is that what that indicates?
No.
Is that your
I still have to
mental
back it.
age?
No, I've been in melee today, but I will back it. I'll be back.
Dan,
I was backer
you're losing your
1
I
Were
know.
you really?
73. 173. I was backer 173.
Graham is shaming me, man. I feel
Oh, yeah.
small.
Dan used to say, backer 1. I was
I
backer
know.
1.
Hey, you
Backer
know what?
1.
It doesn't mean I get shipped to first, though. You know.
That's right.
Now, what's the significance of 23 then?
Thank you, Admiral.
That still doesn't tell me anything.
Yeah, what's the significance?
Besides, it's a tattoo on your wrist.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you. Larry Martyr, the guy who did Bean World, used to have
Yeah,
Moondogs
Charge
comics.
of Image for a while.
Publisher of Image. He was running Todd McFarlane's organization for a while. So he and I were really good friends, still are, and we would hang out and talk about conspiracy theories, mob stuff, all kinds of things like that. And one of the things that came up was the number 23 with 23 Skidoo and all this other business. So one, sorry, Mortal V is killing me. So this is we were at Jack Kirby's memorial and his burial service, and when we got there, I went with Rob Liefeld, Eric Stevenson, Larry, and me in Rob's car, and I made sure to put my keys, everything that I had, in the back of Rob's car because I didn't want any disturbance, nothing. So we hear the fine eulogy and put the dirt on Jack's grave, and as I'm walking down the side of towards Rob's car, I hear jingling in my pocket, like coins. And I thought it was odd because I was pretty sure I had emptied my pockets, So I was like, oh, that's weird. And it was 3 quarters. And I go, okay, that nothing really weird about that, except it was 1994 and all 3 quarters were 1967. All 3 of them. And I showed them to Larry because I go, dude, don't you think this is weird? He goes, dude, that's 3 23s. I was like, what? He goes, 1967, that's 23. And I was like, what? He goes, Jack was saying hello. And I was just like, yo, that's crazy. So I kept the quarters. I still have them. And I went and got this tattooed. And then when I think about a comic book, at least traditionally, 22 in a cover, 23. So
there you go.
It's not Jordan. It's nothing crazy like that.
That's deep, man.
Yeah.
That is very bizarre, though. It's very cool.
Is. Yeah.
All right, Dan. Let's get this Brofessionals episode rolling.
Yeah.
So, pick a film that you felt was influential on you in some way, creatively.
I can actually think of a few, and when you brought it up,
we're going to go around a couple times
in the bros room. You had said something that perhaps it influenced our art style or our writing or anything like that. And as soon as you said that, the first movie that came into my mind is a movie that I both love and hate at the same time, because the first 2/3 of the movie is just so excellent, and then the last third you might as well just cut it and say that's that.
I hate movies like that.
Yeah, and it's a movie from I think 85. It had River Phoenix in it, and it was called The Explorers. And this
is
kid
that the Spielberg produced film with a little Martian?
I believe it is. It's very Spielbergian.
Yeah,
but this
he
kid
didn't direct it. That was Joe Dante, I think, right?
Perhaps that sounds about right. Yeah,
I like Joe Dante.
Yeah, but this kid's having visions of these like electronic things, and they build it, and it ends up creating this like floating sphere, and they can control the position of it with their computer, and they're like, holy shit, we can fly, you know, and they end up putting this old amusement park ride into it, and they figure out a way to get snacks, and like, you know, I'm like 12 when this came out, so this was like legit awesome, you know, and these kids were my age, so they're getting snacks and oxygen tanks, very much in the Goonies territory. That's right. I was not high. This movie does exist. But what ends up happening, you know, they fly around their city, and you're just going, holy shit, man. As a 12-year-old, this is all like in the cut. You know what I mean? Like, I had weird friends like that. We were into computer stuff that felt like something that totally could have happened. And then something takes hold of the coordinates of the ship, and it starts going into space. That's where the movie ends for me.
Well, so what was it about it that affected you?
I think I kind of covered it a little bit. It was basically
was I not paying attention?
It was no. Well, it's kind of like in the same regard, like a movie like Goonies or Stand By Me. Mm-hmm. Or Explorers. You know, it's the reason I did The Grave. Is it's buddies that go together and hang out and do stuff, kind of like we do as professionals. But imagine all of us hanging out if we were all at the same time 12. You know what I mean? Like how fucking awesome that would be. And so Explorers really hit me in that way, and mostly because I was obsessed with the movie Tron, and the idea for Tron was that, you know, this digitization of a person that could go into the computer world. When I saw the computer world come to a kid, and this kid was able to, I don't know, you know, move it around at his will. Also, Automan came out at the same time. You guys remember Automan with Desi Arnaz Jr.?
Yeah, I didn't go see it. I remember.
No, you didn't have to go see it. It was on ABC. It was like seven episodes. But he basically had this little dude called Cursor. And he'd go, Cursor car, and Cursor would go and draw a car. You know. But I don't know. I was just into, like, I had a VIC 20. I was into computers. I was into the cool buddies that hang out. You know, it just hit me. It hit me really at the right time.
Excellent. Explorers. Interesting.
Yeah. Worth a watch. Andy. But as soon as they go to space, just turn it off.
Okay.
just turn it off. He says. Just turn it off.
All right, Andy. What do you got?
Man, I gotta be honest. That's a tough one for me because I never really thought about it before. So I'm sure subconsciously, you know, the first director that comes to mind when you mentioned it was James Cameron, and it was Terminator.
Yeah.
For, you know, just I don't know if it was because of the shots he did, you know, selection, or just the story itself, but I remember just really loving it. And, you know,
how old were you when you saw it?
What year was Terminator? And I'll tell you, I don't remember the year.
It was
anymore.
82,
was it? 84? No, it was 84, wasn't it?
Let me think.
I think Terminator was 84.
The first Terminator?
Yeah.
84.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 14.
Okay. So did you, when you see a movie like that, I guess what I'm digging for here is, it's not necessarily going to affect the way you draw or something, but does it?
Oh, no, I know that.
Is it like, did you take something from it? They were like, there's elements in this story that that you see yourself now, either as a storyteller, you know, maybe the relationship part of it, or things like that you say, I really like the way this worked, and I'm going to use these kind of tropes in some of the work that I do.
I mean, thinking of it from that standpoint, I probably wouldn't even go with a movie then, because I do like James Cameron. He is one of my favorite directors. I might go with believe it or not, the Greatest American Hero TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the writing aspect of it, because, it was, basically a superhero parody,
Yeah.
so it had the comedic stuff in it, which I gravitate towards and really like when I do my own superhero stuff.
You had a character called
yeah,
Mighty Man, if you recall.
That's right. My
And that
character,
was
Mighty
kind of a
Man.
humorous-
I've got Captain Zero, which is another character that's along the lines of a Tick type, and Megaton Man. And
do you
stuff.
think that the Greatest American Hero? I almost sound like a psychiatrist. Do you think that a Greatest American Hero sort of, because you loved that show, that it made you love that sort of, that comedic sort of approach to it, or did you?
Oh yeah,
like it because you already liked the comedic approach.
No. When that show came out, the Tick wasn't out yet. I don't think Megaton Man was out yet. I
don't think so.
I can't think of any comics at the time that I was buying that had something like that, because that was early 80s. So I was buying stuff like, the Captain America's, Alpha Flight, Fantastic Four, stuff like that. And none of that really had any of that type of parody or humor in it. And it was probably my first exposure to that, because I saw like Crazy Magazine and stuff, but and Mad Magazine and stuff. And I think I still have the Mad Magazine that had the Superman parody, the first Superman movie, but that didn't really ring anything, because it was a parody, and I knew what that was. It wasn't some original concept or idea like the Greatest American Hero was.
Well, it was brilliant, because they couldn't really pull it off as a serious thing at that period of time, because you didn't have the effects and everything else. No. So by making it a comic adventure, we accepted it as comic book fans and really enjoyed it, and it became almost its own genre, right? This sort of, humorous adventure superhero thing,
right? Well, because up until that point, I saw the Shazam, Captain Marvel TV, live action. I saw the Spider-Man live action. I saw, if it was a live action superhero thing, I saw it. But those were all
Captain America with a motorcycle.
Did they have
helmet?
Humorous moments in them? Yeah, but they were still taken seriously.
The thing I liked about Greatest American Hero that still sticks with me to this day, and not to get like theological on anybody, but like, that suit came with an instruction manual, and the shit got blown away. So it was like, here's the suit and how to use it, right? And the shit gets blown away. And like, I go, when I was a kid, especially when I was in church, like when I went to Sunday school and stuff, I imagined we were all the Greatest American Hero, and that the Bible was the book, the instruction book. You know what I mean? I know it's weird stuff, but that's what I took from it when I was a little kid. I was like, oh man, if he had just had the instructions.
No, it was great.
Dan, you privately told me you also took from it, men superheroes can wear skirts.
Yes. No. Beating on a farm, blowing on air.
What did I walk into? Hello.
What's up, Billy?
Hello.
Oh, boy. To the right room, obviously.
So, all right. So, Graham, we're going to go around a couple times. So, Graham, give us a movie that really sort of shaped your creative senses as a young person, perhaps.
Well, there's two themes, really. The first is Warner Brothers cartoons.
Oh, yeah.
That really shaped my sense of timing and pacing, and camera angles, particularly the use of the side view for a dramatic or comedic effect. I thought that those guys just did it. And then, of course, the gags, too, when I'm doing humorous stuff, the pacing of a gag, that the Looney Tunes guys were just masters of.
Yeah.
And then the other one is John Ford, how he would paint pictures on the screen, particularly his classic westerns, his establishing shots, the lighting he would use. There's a sequence in The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance where you're in a flashback and you're seeing a scene that you saw earlier, but from another perspective. And he filmed it at the same time he filmed the first one that everybody else saw, but now he had a second camera up here. And the way he staged it was amazing, because in the sequence you had Jimmy Stewart, who was this, rhubarb, going up against Liberty Valance, which was Lee Marvin.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a gunslinger and all this kind of stuff. And it appears that Jimmy Stewart has killed Lee Marvin. But now when you go back and you see the other angle, you see John Wayne is in the alleyway and he's all silhouetted. And then his right-hand man tosses him his Winchester and he goes, and he's like this. And then you see the two as they draw their guns, he fires and he kills Liberty Valance.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just an incredible way of actually telling the story, but also framing it and the way it was lit too. So those are the kind of things I take when I watch movies, is how they frame the stuff and present it, particularly in the old movies, because there's so much artisticness in it. But for comedy stuff, the Warner Brothers for me was just just the best.
Well, that's true. You're looking at Ford stuff, or you look at David Lean, and how they could, how they use that, especially Lean used that, is it Panavision or CinemaScope, whatever they're using.
Right.
And you get this, you really could get a sense of the environment, especially in a big environment. Like you used a little bit of that in Alien Alamo, right? Where you got you couple of characters, but they're in this big kind of wilderness area. And how do you create this sort of this scope on a two-dimensional flat surface? You had to go back to your Westerns, right? To kind of
that sense of space.
Right.
There's another one called The Big Country. And the theme is, the big country, though the land is so expansive and the people are small, and then you get into all the relationship shit, and then it pushes up into this fight between Gregory Peck and Charlton Heston, and the way that William Wyler shoots it, it's like he's got the camera back 200 yards from the fight, and these two guys are these little figures with all this land around them, and you hear. Yeah, so it's like the meaninglessness of their fight,
right,
in the greater context of the world. Then, of course, he gets in for some close-ups. Then you get, but then he'll pull back out immediately, and you hear. It's beautiful,
brilliant,
really powerful.
Brilliant. Yeah. That's it does. You learn that the language of film is so translatable to comic books and vice versa that you can really gain a lot in terms of, getting a message across through storytelling that's more than just the action that's happening in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an excellent example. I have not seen Big Country, but now I want to watch it just for that sequence.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Because you present it like that, and there's no other way you can take it, right? I mean, it's so obvious that, the troubles of the conflict between these two guys is, between the two of them, it's a huge deal. But in the scope of, this big, it's nothing.
There's this great line, because Gregory Peck is a sailor. He's a ship's captain, and now he's going out to Texas to marry this girl that he had met back east, and he gets out to Texas, and they're all bragging about the big country. You ever seen anything so big? And he goes, yes, and he goes, well, what? And he goes, a couple of oceans.
The big ocean country.
Yeah.
Hey, Graham, what was the name of the first movie you were talking about? The Liberty Valance one?
Oh,
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
The Man
Great
Who Shot.
movie.
Great movie.
Yep. The Man Who Shot
I don't
Liberty
have
Valance.
either of those. I have a pretty decent Western collection, and I don't have either of
you gotta
those.
get
This
that.
is
You
there's a
talk
scene
too
that
much.
Graham.
Think too much.
Yeah.
Besides, you didn't kill Liberty Valance.
Well, here's the thing, though, that very few people know, unless you've seen actually the director's cut, of The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance is that Jimmy Stewart actually did kill someone. It wasn't Liberty Valance, but as Graham rightly noted, that it was actually John Wayne. But if you watch that film, Jimmy Stewart did fire his pistol and unfortunately killed Ling, the Chinese manservant. And you actually see him up on top of the saloon, up on the little balcony, and he actually tumbles off. But it's actually a dummy, but he has his ponytail and his slippers and his little Chinaman hat. So.
Oh my gosh, Billy. Okay. So
he's like that. No, so you just see this Chinese guy.
Did you say
now it's a Don Knotts movie?
I thought you were going to say he killed the little kid who was looking on from behind. You know,
Shane.
He's hiding behind the barrel. He just see a hole in the barrel and the water spouting out.
Yeah. And the kid
like, wow, Jimmy. And Jimmy just looks at him and just blood comes out.
Way to ruin a classic, Billy. Jeez.
It's what I live for.
Never be able to watch it.
It's what I live for.
Next time you watch Shane, watch the final shootout where Shane just kills Wilson and he's about to walk out, and the little boy goes, "Shane, behind you!" And Shane turns around and he goes, "Poosh," and he shoots the guy up in the balcony. He comes falling off. Right. Well, you watch it. Shane's gun goes off into the ground.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It goes, and then it goes up and the smoke follows it.
Well, maybe the bullet bounced.
That drives me nuts.
Oh.
It's like, George Stevens, come on. Didn't you look at The Rush? I mean, wouldn't you want to refilm that? It's such a seminal scene, you know?
I got to go back and watch that now because I don't remember ever noticing.
I know.
There's sometimes you. Oh, go
hang on
ahead,
a
read that.
Jerry Rasco for $10. I have found that the tension created. Thank you, Jerry. I have found that the tension created with the close-ups, camera moves, and palette in the good, the bad, and the ugly are things I use in my storytelling as much as possible. There's another, Sergio Leone. I mean, I'm doing a little bit of that in Wraith of God as well. I'm thinking back to that Once Upon a Time in America and all those kind of things. So let me grab. Evil One's got one that's been sitting here a while. I'm going to grab that before I forget. He says for $5, thank you, Evil One. Watching and nursing my arm for Vegas. Congrats, because he wants to save that, get the dice action. Congrats to the best ongoing Western action horror book I've ever read, and my new favorite comic, Hail Wraith. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate that.
There you go.
And he follows it up with $2. Says, any bros seen Beetlejuice 2? Also sent you a $5 super, which I just read, so we got it. Thank you very much.
Nope, not yet.
I haven't seen it yet. No.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get over Beetlejuice 1. So
I don't want to go off the rails here, but Beetlejuice, I don't think is a good movie. I think Michael Keaton in it is fantastic.
Right.
But all the other crap around it is like,
yeah.
You don't want to tally me banana, dude?
God, terrible.
Really do it for me.
Oh my God.
Okay, Billy, give us a movie that sort of influenced you.
Listening to you guys, I'm in the same, David Lean, John Ford, school of, if you will. But I got to tell you, one of the most inspiring films to me, storytelling wise, is definitely Seven Samurai. So it's Akira Kurosawa. I adore
That's the remake of the Magnificent Seven, isn't it?
No,
it's the remake. Yes, it was the Japanese. It was the Oriental knockoff of the great Magnificent Seven.
Those Chinese are always stealing everything.
Yeah, they are.
That's right. Even back then.
Even back then. So that movie's a huge influence because if you just watch it, again, it's in Japanese and you don't need even to read the subtitles. It's a powerful film. It's very hero driven that you have these men just end up working for Rice to help this town. And so there's a lot of flaws. No one's a real good guy. No one's innocent. No one's not noble aside from the samurai. And the cool thing about that is that of the 7 samurai, 4 of them are killed. But every one of them is not killed by the sword, but by gunfire.
Right.
It's just super powerful. But I got to tell you, probably my biggest influence, my favorite films growing up, it's got to be the Universal monster movies.
I was going to use that one in my next round too.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, just use one, Billy. Billy, use one of them. Don't use.
All right, I got to say, the
Use
greatest Universal horror film of all time, maybe the greatest film of all time, 1931's Dracula, starring Bela Lugosi, holds up to this day like you wouldn't believe.
Billy's being Billy.
But no, I just God, I think a film. Then, if I'm going to pick one movie, and I don't even know if this is Universal horror, and you correct me, Graham, but I love Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March.
I
love
love that Universal.
The effects, I love how
MGM, I think,
crazy he was and bullying he was as Mr. Hyde. Smashes the champagne bottle over the waiter's head, and he just gets more ugly and more feral and more animalistic as the film goes on, losing each frame, each moment, each scene, losing a little bit less and less of his humanity, if you will.
That was a pre-code movie, wasn't it, Graham?
Oh yeah,
that was a pretty saucy film, and it was the implied violence and rape and everything else in that film. It was pretty dark.
Oh yeah. It's the only horror movie I think, unless something modern has taken it, that won Academy Award for Best Actor.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep.
Frederick March won.
It depends if you count Silence of the Lambs as a horror film or not.
Right. And we all know that Robert De Niro was robbed of his Oscar for Frankenstein.
Yeah.
F him.
Do you guys remember, I don't know if you remember or not, but there was a lot of can I use the word hullabaloo about Jeff Goldblum in The Fly as potentially getting an Oscar nomination, and would have been the only second person in a monster film, horror film, to ever get an Academy Award nomination.
That's a great movie.
Is that sci-fi or is that horror?
Brundlefly.
I think it's sci-fi just by the nature of it, but it is a horror film for sure.
It's a horror movie, yeah.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I think it's both too, but I'd go more horror than I would sci-fi.
Yeah, you could argue
his ear came out. His ear fell off. He pulled his ear off.
Yeah.
So that's when it became a romantic.
He was looking in the medicine cabinet, and he was like, "Oh," and he put stuff in there.
I thought when the teeth were falling out and the fingernails were really disgusting. I mean, there's so much disgusting shit in that movie.
There was dissolves that guy's arms. What was that?
Puking.
That was like 1987, 88, something like that.
No, it was 86.
Right? 86 or 87.
It was 86, I think. 'Cause I was in film school. I think it was
okay. Well, even for that time, the effects, the special effects, and everything. I mean, that movie was just great.
Yeah, I don't know who did the practical effects for that. I should look that up.
Was it Rob Bottin?
Was it? I don't think it was. I don't remember that.
It kind of looks like his work, but
actually, his last name is Bottin.
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
Come on, Graham. Don't be
Well, there's no E at the end of it.
I know. It's weird to me too.
Well, anyway,
it's like saying Kamala's name wrong. I still don't know how to say a fucking name.
I know. I'm confused.
You got it right.
I think you got it right. I want to call her Kamala.
I know.
Kamala.
Well, everybody did call her Kamala until she was running, and now everybody's offended.
Yeah, I know.
Why didn't you correct us 3.5 years ago?
Because nobody cared.
Yeah.
We cared about her.
That's right. The Democratic Party didn't even care about her.
They didn't care.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Well, let's not get political.
No.
That's right. We're selling comics tonight.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And let me take a moment here, take a quick break before I do my.
Yeah, you've been live for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Not the bros.
Oh.
Yeah,
And
where have you
Well,
been?
we've all
Billy?
been here. We were just waiting for Billy to show up.
Ben.
And where the hell's Art?
I know Art is still eating. You know he is.
All right.
Yeah.
Good till 5 o'clock. All righty. So what we're pushing here tonight, of course, is Wraith of God 3 Fear Hollow. Let me go ahead and run the trailer. I paid money for it, so let's watch it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do you have the volume tab shared?
Is it? You can't hear it?
No, we can hear it, but in the chat they said turn it up.
It's all the way up.
Okay.
I don't know. It's all the way up.
Was the volume on your computer all the way up though?
Yeah, I've got it. It's ringing, man.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm just saying. Okay.
What is that little thumbnail top? Don't take this down next to the Star Trek dudes on the left. What are you watching, you weirdo? What is that?
I'm always on the lookout for cryptids and weird things I can show on my Sunday shows. Mm-hmm. They know what I like. Anyway, you guys, this is Wraith of God, Fear Hollow, the Wraith and Esther journey to Cranestown, which is in New England, a little sleepy hollow, if you will, to challenge a horror from his past. It is, of course, the Headless Horseman. The evil that menaced the Wraith 20 years earlier has returned with a vengeance, but is there more to this showdown than meets the eye? Will the fear that shaped his destiny ultimately destroy their lives? Wraith of God 3 is not to be missed, folks. And you can get 4 different cover options here. There's cover A. Cover B, of course, the EC tribute cover. Cover C is the Marvel retro cover. Got a little witchy action on there. And then, of course, Chris Stevens contributed this wonderful painted cover. Oh, I was going to show that to you, wasn't I? I'll do that right after this. Here's David Williams' 3 pages to a backup story you'll get when we hit 100K. It'll be added to the book. So you're going to end up with at least probably another 80-page book from me. So well worth the investment. A little rundown on the stretch goals. There's trading cards in there. There's spot gloss for covers. There's extra pages added. You've got the Wraith of Nouveau print, which you can add on to your order. That's signed and numbered, limited to 500. And once 500 sold, it is over. Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3. This has all the layouts from my page layouts that I use in the book. So you'll be able to compare that to the finished work. It's always a lot of fun. This is also signed and numbered. And
now, were those done on like typing paper or copy paper?
My originals, my roughs,
like 8.5 by 11.
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
That's what I do.
Old school.
The very old school. The 4th shot glass in a series of 6. This is the nightclub shot glass. You can get that. We have 3 Wraith of God poker chips. It's a commemorative set. This 3 right here, you can add on as well. Or you can also get, if you missed the first Wraith of God or the second Wraith of God, you may order them both right here. There's a bunch of original art perks, but those have already sold out. So I'll have more later. But let's hit the old refresh here, see where we're at. 24,530.
Nice. Yeah, more backers.
Thank you guys so much. So greatly appreciated. Couldn't do it without you. The link is in the description of this video. It'll take you right there, as well as links for our compadres here. Dan Fraga's Black Flag Pineapple Perception, Andy's Cordrath The Awakening, Graham Nolan's Joe Frankenstein 3 link, but he also tells me that Monster Island has got early sign up now as well. I don't have a link for that, but if you go to Indiegogo, you'll be able to find it easy enough. And Billy Tucci's Rocketeer, there's a link in there for that as well. So back your bros, back Wraith of God 3 tonight, because everybody that backs before midnight tonight will be eligible to win in a lottery system Wraith of God illustration that I'll be working on this evening as I go from about 7 to midnight tonight. So
let's do it. Let's have some fun.
Everybody knows to back the bros.
That's right.
Hey, if I win that, would you be upset if I put it on eBay?
Oh, dang, Andy.
No.
Asking for a friend.
Uh-huh.
No, wait, I just said if I win that.
Once it's in your possession, Andy, you can do whatever you want to with it.
But not really.
Kidding.
Oh, I know how you are. I've got a bunch of movies that were influences, but I'm going to.
Hey, you got to show us that artwork.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm going to have him on my show and talk about this because I had him on once before discussing his technique, and it's like freaking witchcraft. I have no idea what he's talking about, and I'm going to have him on again to see if I can figure it out. But All right, so check. This is the back.
Go big.
Can you go big,
I'm
Aaron?
gonna go big. I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna go big.
Oh, that's all the marker.
Yeah. See,
Wow.
more stuff on the back, right? So you flip it over here, and wow, this is a
Beautiful.
combination of marker and acrylics. And I don't think there's any colored pencil in here, but there might be.
So maybe he does
Beautiful.
like the gray, or the values in marker, and then comes in with thin acrylic to apply the color.
He says he lays
No,
down.
I think he uses the marker.
He told me that he goes in and somehow he pencils and inks it, and then he goes in with white, like acrylic, and whites everything out, and then colors over the top of that white. And I'm like, what? So I'm still not. I still don't get it. So I'll try and.
Weird.
Yeah, but as you can see, it's very, very cool.
Yeah, it is very cool.
It's stunning.
Does he have any videos on his Instagram of process?
I don't know if he does
I
or
wonder.
not. I don't
Good
think
horse, good.
so, because I keep talking to him about it. But I mean, it's just fantastic. Very stylized.
He's like, if I tell you, I have to kill you.
Right, exactly. He's one of those guys who draws really well, but he's also really stylized. So he has that kind of extra little oomph to his work. Yeah, I just really dig it. But anyway, there it is. He ain't cheap, but he's worth it. So there you go. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Citizen Kane.
Yeah.
Because Citizen Kane showed me how to get depth, right? And how to think in terms of framing. And there's so much of this in this movie. Even if the movie wasn't good from a narrative standpoint, it's so brilliant from a lighting and a visual storytelling, the shots, the way he does things. There's there's a sequence where Kane is a young man and he's married to the singer, right?
The opera singer.
And or is it? No, it's his first wife. I'm sorry. It's his first wife. And they're having dinner at a small table, very intimate. And then as he gets more wealthy, the table gets bigger and they're farther and farther apart. And then he ends up, leaving her and having an affair with the singer. But just stuff like that, that's just like storytelling, that you're like visual storytelling. You're like, I never would have thought of that, but it's brilliant. Right. And here's another one that I love. Check this out. How he frames. He did a great job of lighting everybody with. He had huge ceiling lights with these scrims over him. They just flooded the sound stages with light so he could get the depth of field he needed. So everybody was in focus. But look at this, right? Wow. So you have.
Oh yeah.
You have the wimpy dad and the mom who's sending him off to boarding school or whatever. There's the kid. There's Citizen Kane as a child playing in the background, framed in that window back there. We've got this action going on in the foreground. It's just,
and everything's
brilliant.
in focus.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. So while they're this dad kind of wimpishly arguing about sending the boy away, and Agnes Moorehead just kind of ignoring him and going forward with it, and this kid playing in the background who's just about to lose his innocence, right? And of course, that all ties in at the end with Rosebud. But it's
I don't get it.
Wasn't he the first person to use like tilt shift lenses too? Like the split, like part of the lens had one field of depth and the other lens had another field of depth?
Probably. I mean, I know they created a bunch of stuff because I don't know if he was being falsely humble or if he was being truthful. In interviews, he'd say that he would go and, he had great cinematographers, and he'd say, "Oh, I want to do this." And they'd say, "Well, we can't do that." He said, "Well, let's figure out a way to do it." And they would figure out all this, way to shoot this so that he could
James
do
Wong Howe. Wasn't he the cinematographer? James Wong Howe?
I think you're right. That sounds right. And this is an example.
That's the one, the double lens that I'm talking about right there.
Yeah, and they would marry you're right, because they married the two images, right? Because they had the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just so
that
everybody
wasn't shot in camera there. That wasn't shot in camera. There were two separate shots put together.
Were they really?
Oh, I'm asking.
It looks
I
like
thought
it
they
is.
were. I thought they were a split lens. Like that's what I was told. Like it was a special kind of lens. But you might be right. It could be a composite.
I don't know that they. I can't say for sure because it's been a long time since I really did a deep dive into this film. But they had to have used some composites at some point. But I don't know which were and which weren't, because I remember reading so much about how they lit this on the sound stage so that, you know, they could get everybody in focus on the same shot. But I'm sure there's instances where they had to do, you know, a split. But I don't know. Dan may be correct. This may just be a lens effect that they created as well, so they get both these guys in focus or something. But just incredible depth and framing in this film. Also, you can take so much from the lighting. You know, this is almost a noir type film.
Yeah.
In a lot of ways, even though
everybody back in the day, from Bob Kane to Alex Toth to Milton Caniff, all cited this movie. Jerry Robinson too, all cited this movie as just a huge game changer for all the cartoonists.
Yeah.
Well, it's just, I mean, he was doing, you know, he was 25, I think, when he did this movie. And he was doing, you know, they were doing that Mercury Theater radio stuff, right? For him to come in this strong visually with no real experience is incredible.
Yeah.
You know, that he conceptualized all this stuff, whether he didn't technically pull it off. Obviously, your cinematographer did, but he came up with the concept of what he wanted.
He conceived it.
Yeah, he conceived the
so like his cinematographers were like his AI.
Yes.
Except that they were people.
Yes, they were like real people solving problems, right?
Yeah.
And Blizzard correctly corrects me. It was Greg Toland. It wasn't.
Yes, Toland.
Yes.
All his films. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Greg Toland. See, we have the smartest chat. I'm telling you, man. These guys
sure
know
do.
stuff.
By George, we sure do. Thank you, chat.
Let's see.
Cheers for the chat.
Here, carbon dioxide for $2. Thank you, sir. He says A Face in the Crowd, 1957. Good movie.
Andy Griffith.
Yeah.
Evil One for $2. Going to make Carpenter film a shout out for you, Aaron. Yeah, well, I you know, I didn't choose The Thing, but just from a monster standpoint, that was an influential film on me. I always, you know, Graham and I have talked about this. Well, and Billy too. Billy's a monster guy. I just love great makeup and great makeup effects. I have just such a great appreciation for it.
Yeah.
Well, then, first tangent of the night. If you want to see great makeup effects, Dennis and I went and saw this movie called The Substance. It was yes, with Demi Moore, Dennis Quaid. It is a horror movie. All the effects are practical.
This is
the makeup
a new
effects.
Movie?
Yeah, it's in the theater.
I got to be honest. Demi Moore gave such a great performance.
I heard.
I like
Demi
her.
Moore gave such a great performance. I could see her up for an award.
No.
Is she
it is creepy.
The Substance.
You get to see for the guys here that like this sort of thing. Now, you know, I was appalled seeing Demi Moore fully naked.
Oh, yes.
But I sat there and took it because I wasn't going to get up and walk out.
No, you can't.
You paid for that
61-year-old woman.
Well,
she holds up.
Today, I wouldn't.
Well, you know, if she's in a movie nude at 61, she wants to show everybody that she's still got it going on.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, that right now. So,
but it also does, you know, I mean, so the basic story is The Substance is this drug, and this is all stuff you see in the trailer, so it's no spoilers. There's this drug. She's obviously older in the movie. She had a hit TV show star, whatever, and she wants to, and Dennis Quaid plays this really over-the-top executive. I mean, just such a great caricature. He's so good in it. And he basically wants to boot her and get somebody younger. So she gets her hands on the substance, which basically splits her apart. But the new version is 30 years younger.
What do you mean it splits her apart?
And that's about all I'll say, except the actress that plays the new version, you see all of her as well.
Oh, really? Oh, so there's two actresses.
But seriously, though, it is a really good movie.
See you later. Show's over.
It'd be good. Graham, I was watching it thinking afterwards, I was like, this would be good for Graham's 31 days of horror in October for probably next year, because you probably have them all picked out already.
I do.
And stuff. So
Thursday night, I'm unveiling the list.
But I mean, the practical effects.
Well, I'm coming into it late. I need to know what Wraith of God 3 is doing. When was the last time you updated us?
All right, I'll show you real quick,
Hello,
Art, and then
Art.
actually let's do this. Art, let's make a full round here, and then we'll visit the campaign. Tell us a movie, Art, that was a big influence on you creatively.
Oh my God! I mean, it has to be well, all the Disney movies as a kid, but the big one as an adult or an older guy was the first Star Wars. I mean, it changed my life. So I know it's kind of cliche at this point, but it was definitely Star Wars.
Well, what about it though? I mean, we all know the story and everything, but what do you take from that as a creative person or an artist or a writer from Star Wars that you think might make you a better storyteller, or you might be able to is it the good versus evil narrative? Is it what did you find in it?
It was just like with the Disney stuff too. It wasn't the story, it was just the artistry, like these animators, even as a kid, it was the craft. It was all about the craft. So I built models. Like I was a 70s kid, so I built models and stuff like that, cars, ships, clipper ships, warships, planes, all of that stuff. I did all of that. And so when I found out that Star Wars was basically all those ship battles, all that stuff, those were like little miniature models. It blew me away. I couldn't believe that those were the things I build in my bedroom, Yeah. And they looked real, like that opening shot with that ship coming overhead, like in the theater. When you saw that, like the epic scale of that thing, it blew my mind. And so I think it was the artistry, Ralph McQuarrie, all those droids, just stuff like I had never seen design work like that in a film,
How often do all of us borrow that hyper detailed surface of the ships, right? It like created a new way for us to draw and realize alien ships or spaceships, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
think about like
the old cigars,
especially one of
hang on, go ahead.
Rob go-to was those light up panels, that were in the Death Star and stuff like that.
yeah.
I mean, those became like almost like mainstay in comics, especially in the X-Men. You saw those lit up panels all over the place. Yeah.
But
Graham, what were you saying? Hang on a second. Graham, what were you saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I was just saying that, after Star Wars, the idea of cigar rockets, that were just silver with no windows and all that, were completely gone until Elon Musk actually made them work.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the first time his rocket booster landed on one of those platforms, I was like, holy fuck, the 50s were right.
I know.
They were right the whole time.
This spaceship just landed just like that.
The other thing I took away from Star Wars was the simplicity of the story and how well it worked, right? Because when you're a younger writer, everything gets convoluted and you're like, oh, I'm going to put this in here and I'll put that in there. And pretty soon you just got this huge mess. But you had this bad guys wearing black, good guys wearing white, good versus evil, everybody's compared it to a Western. But the simplicity of what ended up, just a very simple story, but it's so incredibly effective.
It was,
I took
Hero's
that
Journey,
as well.
right? Hero's Journey plus Hidden Fortress.
Yeah.
Yeah. And George knew his audience. It was a kid's movie. It was a younger person's movie. It was not made for adults, like cynical adults. It was definitely made for the age group, like teens, young teens, kids. I was probably, I don't know, 13, 14, 15. I don't know where I was age-wise. I was the perfect age when that movie came out. Like I was
13.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Well, it's Flash Gordon. I mean, literally. Yeah. I mean, it was supposed to be Flash Gordon. He couldn't get the rights to it from King Features.
Oh, no shit. Really? That's what he wanted to do?
Yeah. He wanted to do a Flash Gordon movie, and King Features wouldn't give him the rights. So he, you know, basically told the same tale of this kid that, you know, is plucked off his planet and brought to someplace else in the galaxy to fight an intergalactic despot.
Yeah.
You know, I've got a similar story. I tried to get the rights to do redo Western Ghost Rider, and Marvel wasn't having any of it. So I created the Wraith of God.
Anyway, huh? That's right.
And I'll bet you sold more dollar amounts tonight than they have on any of those Ghost Rider Western comics.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
All right, there we are right now. Let's refresh this puppy.
Okay. 226 backers.
Oh,
nice.
Thank you guys very much. So we are we're about 2.5 hours into the campaign, and let's push this baby to 30, folks. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So
what time did you go live, Aaron? With your campaign?
Well, 2:30 Pacific time, 5:30 your time. So 2.5 hours ago.
Aaron, I sent you a message in the private chat. Just let me know if you want to answer that, or we can discuss that.
Okay.
I think that
but
might
also,
be a little...
what are we doing to celebrate? Do we have any big icon at 30K we're gonna take shots, or are we doing any of that? I know Aaron isn't, but are the rest of us?
I can go get some snappers.
I've just been drinking a beer throughout, so
yeah, I haven't even thought of it. Now, Billy brings up. He says, I don't have any problem with this. I mean, it's really public knowledge if you do the research, I guess.
Right.
He says, what's your biggest opening, Aaron? Can we discuss that and try to beat it? My biggest opening was on Kit Carter, which was 42,000, and I hit that by 3 a.m. Eastern time, and I think I went on Malin's show late that night, and we hit 42. My biggest opening on Wraith of God is 36, I think, on the last one. So we're within shouting distance for sure.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What are you talking what? The first 24?
24 hours, yeah.
No, first, just the first day from when I started streaming until midnight of that first day.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's not even 24 hours.
It wasn't even 24. Yeah.
Nice.
Here in the real world, Aaron, we like to call that 3 a.m.
Okay.
Well, that's what he said. He said 3.
You know,
he said midnight.
I almost feel guilty that I'm on West Coast. You guys have to suffer, and you go, I got to go till 3 a.m. And I go to midnight and go, I'm done.
I'm done.
I know. I hate
that. Be like that for me, Aaron, when I lived on the West Coast.
Yep.
Honestly, that and football, I wish I lived on the West Coast for that too, just because
you don't
4 o'clock games at 1 o'clock and
yeah. But
maybe you should like a better team.
Oh,
shit. One that plays on the East Coast, baby.
Shot at the old Cowboys. This isn't the only campaign out there, folks, though. We do have Dan Fraga's Black Flag Pineapple Perception. You'll find a link in the description. Andy's Cordrath The Awakening, link in the description. Graham Nolan is a two-fisted drinker tonight. He's got Joe Frankenstein 3. You'll find the link in the description, but also early sign up for Monster Island. Is it Monster Island 3?
Escape from Monster Island.
Escape from Monster Island. And Billy has the Rocketeer. What is that? The
Pavlichenko, which is named after the sniper Lumia Pavlichenko.
Okay, Pavlichenko. So that you'll find a link for that. And of course, Art T Bear's wonderful art book, Oodles of Doodles. There's a link in the description for that as well. So we'll come back and revisit
wait,
this.
one more thing.
Yes.
I have a pre-launch as well for Black and White Volume 3.
Oh,
Father. So go go sign up today, and you will be eligible with the backing for a Juju. She's the big bad in the new story arc trading card. So you guys get that with the backing, and I think your trading card on this was something.
It was the Art to Bear Garbage Man trading card. I haven't colored it yet, but once I get it colored, I'm going to post it right here.
Hey, you want to see it? You want to see it?
Do you have it? Do you have it?
I have it. I have it.
Let's share.
Let's do this.
So you guys, if you're over there backing any one of our campaigns, make sure you hit the early signups too. It doesn't cost you anything, but you always get something for doing it. So this is a
free and pain-free.
Check this out. So Art drew this. It was a commission request, right?
Yeah.
So I'm very thankful that someone actually, asked you to do one of my characters. But what a brilliant job. I love this to death.
Yeah,
so I said, I got to use it somehow. So I'm using it as a trading card. I know it's also going to be in your Oodles book, but I'm going to give you the colored version for the trading card. So that's good. Very cool. Art knocked that out of the park.
Sweet. Thank you. Inspiration, man. Cool. It was your character design that inspired it. So everybody that signed up for Wraith 3 will get this with the backing. We'll get this artwork. Yeah.
In full color. Righteous, is that Righteous Jaime for $2 says, hey, Fraga, did you like Soldier Con in El Paso?
I had a great time, man. Met some wonderful fans and got to meet,
Frozen. And we're on the edge of our seat.
Frozen in time.
This reminds me of
wonderful fans.
Watch William Shatner's Raw Nerve show.
Was that on HBO?
That was my
froze, dude.
connection. I know I did.
It's cold there. It's cold there. We understand.
Yeah. No, I have a VPN that sometimes freaks out a little bit.
That's good too. I do the same thing. Like when I meet other comic creators that I'm not like friends with, and I'm trying to remember their names. I'm like, I had a great time. I was sitting right next to. I don't think of their name now.
Dude, that happens to me all the time, for real. I can't even remember my own character names half the time when I'm, pitching something. I'll go, yeah, and this is what's this guy's name?
The truth? This guy's name. That is so true.
This is why we called the show Bros, because we never use each other's names. We just refer to each other.
I don't even know who these people are.
Yeah. It's a good thing the name tags are on here, man. We'd all be screwed.
That's right.
Don't you hate that though? You're at a con and someone comes up to you and you know who they are, but you haven't seen them in forever. So you haven't used their name.
Yes.
And of course your banner is right behind you. So they're like, hey, Aaron, how's it going? And you're like, gosh darn it, how are you?
And their badge is always turned upside down.
Always turned around.
Oh, yeah, it's flipped.
And you try to look like, like real quickly, so it doesn't look like you're looking at their badge to get their name.
And the problem is they're talking to you like they're your best friend, like they've known you forever, right?
Yes.
I know this guy. He knows everything about me, but I don't.
You just got to reach in and go, hey, you're really trimming down. Flip it over.
It's
Bob.
harder now because people get introduced as their avatars. And so you know this person as their avatar, and then you might meet them and learn their real name and not make the connection, or they'll introduce themselves as their avatar and you still don't know their real name.
Yeah. I always recognize faces. I don't know names.
Me too. I'm the same way.
Like I met the year before, like at the San Diego Comic-Con, they come up and I'm like, hey, I recognize you, but I don't know your name.
You're just honest right up front. You're just saying.
Yeah. Don Ringhill, he asked a couple things. He said Black Flag status. I got about a third to go. And then another question about Fragtober. I'm thinking about doing it. I mean, Aaron's the defending champion. I think I want to do it. If you guys want me to do it, I'll do it.
I'll come back. I can't resist the challenge.
The reigning champion.
Yeah. So then Dave.
Well,
David
hey, you
Williams
haven't got your belt yet. So if you win again this year, he can just double it up.
Belt,
or not get it another year.
Oh,
yeah.
Or just wait another year.
I know. I've
lost. We need to design it. We need to design it.
I'm 1 for 3 in championship rounds, man. I got to improve.
Yeah, but you're still the current champ, though, man.
That's true. That's
you have
true.
to defend the belt, Aaron.
Yeah, I got to. No, I will.
Yeah,
I will.
true.
I'm there for you, Fraga. Just let me know.
Okay. Cool.
All right, so let's go around here again. And you said you had a bunch of movies, Dan. Give us another one.
I do. When we talk about stuff that influenced our styles, this one wasn't really early on. It came in probably around 94-ish, maybe a little earlier. maybe 93. It was a USA manga anime called Ninja Scroll.
Oh yeah, bro.
And when Ninja Scroll came out, I mean, the top of the food chain forever was Akira, of course. You know, Akira, and you got your other you know, Vampire Hunter D, Fist of the North Star, but Ninja Scroll was something special. The opening on the bridge where he throws the rice ball up and just whoops their asses and then catches the rice ball, you know, and you know, just it had like sex, violence, really exciting ways of telling stories, monsters you've never seen before, weapons, just a whole load of awesome. So I'd say the one that really influenced me in that way, because this is pre Michael Bay. Michael Bay, I think, was doing music videos and commercials at this point, but Ninja Scroll really just knocked it out of the park in character designs, character types, shot types, action types, situations. You know, like there's a guy made out of rock, and Jubei says, I was thinking, your whole body can't be made of rock, can it? And then hits him in the eyeball with, you know, the fucking thing, and it's just so good. Ninja Scroll.
Great stuff.
Ninja Scroll.
Yeah.
All right. I can't really comment on it because I'm not a manga guy. I don't have any.
Dude, you gotta see it, Aaron. You'd love it. You would.
That's
love
what everybody
it.
keeps telling me, and then I go watch a manga movie, and I'm like, eh.
No. It's an anime, but it's Ninja Scroll.
Anime.
Ninja Scroll. It's gonna be. Hey.
Okay. All right.
Did you make love? Did you make love to the ninja girl? That is none of your concern.
I'll tell you right now, Aaron, that movie is just nonstop. Like that movie, you cannot not watch it. Like there is so much shit
as a film guy,
yeah.
and then if honorable mention within that zone, because I think we probably won't get a third round, is Samurai Champloo, which is in that sort of
Samurai Shampoo?
Champloo.
Okay.
Champloo. It's a mix.
I'm gonna wash that ninja
it's so
right out of
good.
my hair.
Wash that manga right out of my hair. Yeah, I mean, Ninja Scroll though, top.
All right. Okay. Andy, pressure's back on you, man.
You can rent it on Amazon.
Yeah. If you want, I'll send it to you, Aaron.
Hey, do I have it on my
Probably gonna have
yes,
to.
you do. Yes, you do, Andy.
I will have to watch it.
Me too. I'd love to see it again. I have it on VHS.
Hey, before I go, could you full screen? Could I show something?
Yeah,
I got
real quick. Sure. Admiral Wackass says Champloo means mashup, basically. I wanted to go back to what Art Taber was saying about the Star Wars spaceships. There's a whole genre called kit bashing that people just take pieces of different models and create new shit, and it's fucking awesome.
That's what they did. That's what they did.
They OG kit bashers.
Yeah.
Sorry, Andy.
No, it's all good.
I don't see anything to share.
Balls.
No. Full screen.
Make him full screen.
Okay.
He's gonna do the Kermit the Frog thing and show you his what?
Oh, they're in hand.
Oh, check it out.
Mature version.
There's the kids version and the mature version.
Hey, can you just show the difference on one thing between one and the other?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the bear is the one.
Yeah, I mean, I get. Well, no, I'll do another one because honestly, I'm going to do a video, flip through of each. So at this point, the campaign's still up. So if you guys want to get it, so he comes out of the water. This is that is the mature version. Good thing I didn't turn the page because we tried to do all the stuff on a page turn. So you've got this. This is the kiddie version.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. And then you turn the page and after he sat down with the dwarves, he's like, "Bye guys, thanks for the hot cider. You guys are lovely."
Oh, I thought.
And then in the mature version, well, there's blood in the water, so something happened there. But then you turn the page, and he's like, "Bye, guys. I told you guys too much information. Don't worry, your lives won't be in vain." And he kills them all.
And thanks for the hard need.
Because he's like, I told you what I was doing, and this is a secret journey. So sorry, guys. But yeah, fun stuff like starts off with starts off with a nice little bio about the characters and stuff. So yeah, you can take it down.
Okay.
So yeah, so these came in. The activity book will be here tomorrow and Thursday. These babies will be going out. I got to say, the print job came out great. They're square bound, not stapled. They were going to be stapled, but we went with a nice square bound instead because it's just nicer.
Nothing but first class with Smith.
Yeah, Zeno the Stoic says, truly a Christmas story.
It is.
The way Hannah, or what is it, Rankin Bass intended?
Yeah, exactly. All
right.
I guess this one,
all their teeth. Sorry.
What's that?
I said then Cordrath pulled all their teeth.
No. He didn't have the time for that. Yeah. I guess, and I didn't really realize it at the time when I first saw it. So when I first saw this movie, I was 7 years old, depending on the time of year it came out. And on later viewings, it hit me and I was like, oh yeah, that's actually really, really cool. And it's Jaws with the mechanical error with the shark to where he just built the suspense because you never saw it until the end. Right. And I just think, especially in comics with what we do, when it comes to whether it's a hero you're creating or the villain, showing tidbits here and there for that big reveal, whether it be a spread or a splash page, just hit me with that. Probably a couple years, 3 years later, when I understood it better, because the first time I saw it, it terrified me.
It's such a gem to keep going.
And back part of the terror, though, was
it never
not seeing it.
Yeah. Right. Well, right.
So, and of course the music and stuff. I mean, there's no music in comics, but just, if you watch that movie with the volume down, it's just like, whatever. But the music just doesn't. So,
well, never seeing the monster, that makes it a really great monster movie, is because it's like what's underneath the bed, or in this case, what's underneath the water. And it's just brilliant
building that suspense and storytelling.
It's amazing.
I think my favorite scene in that whole movie is when they're taking the ferry over.
Yeah.
I just love that scene where they're trying to say, well, it was a boating accident. Well, you'll back me up on that. You said it wasn't a boating accident. I was wrong. Yeah. It's
You'll
just
stand by that.
Yeah. And that's when he also says the whole line about the barracuda too.
That's right.
So great.
That's when you realize it's acting and directing and writing is more important than special effects. Like they thought that it was going to be an effect movie. We're going to wow everybody with the shark, and then they realized they all had to step up and make a damn good movie, and that's exactly what they did. And practical filmmaking is still the best because things just happen. Like all this digital stuff and everything's planned, and you just can't. That magic it's not allowed to happen anymore. You know what I mean? It's all pre-planned and all organized. Right. And just moving, like when we're drawing comics and stuff, it's that way. Like you're just inspired to go in a different direction as you're drawing. Like this drawing might inspire the next drawing, or this idea when you're writing inspires the next idea. And if it was all pre-planned, you wouldn't be able to move like that. You wouldn't be able to create like that. And I think that single-handedly is probably why movies today aren't as good as movies of old.
Well, they don't let the film breathe. at all. Everything has got to happen. Boom, 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 boom. The sequence in Jaws where he is just beat to death, and he's sitting at the table and he's drinking the wine, and he tells his kid, give me a kiss. Why? Because I need it. But before that, he's doing a whole thing with his hands, and the kids were, and he goes, that funny little bit of the kid just mimicking his father. It's a slow little burn scene, but it's such a wonderfully touching scene.
Yeah.
Well, it became a character film because probably in large part because the shark wasn't working, and that's why it's such a great film, is the character.
Yeah, that was my point. That was my point. Yeah, it became about beyond, the effects. It became about, we got to make a good movie now.
It's also one of the rare instances where the book isn't as good as the movie. The book is not very good.
No, it isn't. It really isn't.
Yeah, there's a whole thing with Hooper and Brody's wife and this illicit, sexual tryst they have and all that. It's just bogs everything down. And
there was no reason for it at all.
And
then the payoff of what he did. If you guys ever read, I don't know if you guys would.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Billy, you and I got into a discussion about this one time about did Hooper shoot? Or pardon me, did Brody shoot Hooper?
Yeah, and Brody shot Hooper in the neck. He killed him. He wanted to shoot the shark, and he shoots Hooper and kills him.
Yeah, he was already dead.
If I recall. I mean, I read it 40 years ago.
No, you're right. I went and checked.
Oh, there he goes.
Because it was driving me crazy. So I went and checked, and you're right. That's exact. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I went back and checked, and he did shoot him. He was already dead, but he was in a shark's mouth. He did shoot him in the neck.
Oh.
But then I kept reading, so I wanted to see how it concluded, because I hadn't read it since I was in high school.
Yeah.
Or before that, actually. But anyway, they went back in after that and went home, and Brody, broke the news to his wife that he'd killed Hooper, and, so their marriage is falling apart. And then they go back out the next day. And I'm like, talk about killing the suspense. Right? I mean, it's like, what was he thinking?
I don't even remember how they killed a shark.
In the book?
Yeah.
Well,
I think it's the same thing. I think they blow it up.
No, because gosh darn it, that's a good question. I remember there's this scene. The last scene is the shark going down, pulling Quint with him like Ahab, but I can't remember if the shark just finally died because he took so many harpoons that he just finally bled out
from moving, and it suffocated.
Yeah,
It's got to keep moving.
because it was Brody was there. That's right. It was so bad. Brody was in the water. The boat was sinking, and he's like closed his eyes because he said, "This is it." And then he opens his eyes, and the shark is like right here, and it just goes.
That's it. Here's the official thing. Just as it approaches Brody, the shark succumbs to its wounds and dies before it can attack. Slowly, the shark begins to sink. The lone survivor of the ordeal, Brody, watches as the dead shark disappears into the depths, and then he begins to paddle back to shore in his makeshift float.
Wow.
Boy, talk about anticlimactic.
I know. Here it comes. Oh,
yeah. I just ran out of gas.
Yeah.
That is so anticlimactic. Yeah. Even for a novel where you're reading it, you're just like, that's what you came up with?
Yeah.
But that's the thing about like a 2-hour, movie, like an adventure, is because you're trimming the fat on those novels. You know what I mean? Like you're just getting the essentials, and then you're getting the cream of the crop ideas, or you should anyway, when you adapt those things. And that's why I think like film in a lot of ways worked better, than some of the novels,
Yeah.
Even though what was his name? Stephen King hated the adaptions. I thought a lot of them were better than the novels, because they kind of
a big fan of his writing.
Were like,
I love Shawshank Redemption.
Correct.
Yeah, I love.
They're coming out with Salem's Lot in about 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that.
Yeah, I saw the trailer yesterday.
Really?
My son got that Jaws Lego
set.
set.
In theaters, you mean? Or
they remade Salem's Lot? Or
yeah, they're remaking Salem's Lot, and it's coming out in like a couple weeks. I think it's going to be on HBO.
How's it look?
Really?
I'm going to reserve judgment.
Okay, that's not. Graham's like, nah, it's not a great review.
Do you see the trailer, or it's a teaser for the Wolfman coming out, the new Wolfman coming out in January?
What?
Yeah, that I don't have to reserve judgment on.
Wait a minute, what? I haven't seen this.
Yeah,
There's a new
Blumhouse
Wolfman
is doing
movie.
it. Yeah,
I need to see more. I'll be honest, it's just a teaser. I need to see some more.
Yeah, it looks okay. It's like Graham was saying.
yeah. Hold on, Aaron. You're going to be really hate this. I'm gonna share
So
something.
what does Universal own? Do they own the werewolf or Wolfman?
Wolfman.
Because they haven't released the full shot of what the Wolfman looks like, have they?
Yes, they
I
have.
don't think so. Oh, they have?
Yes.
It's not in the
Here
trailer.
it is.
Is it
Sorry,
worse
I
than
don't think they showed it in
Superman's
the
costume?
trailer, though.
Hold on. Here we go.
All righty.
Go get
No.
No.
Get out of here.
That looks like Leprechaun or
No
something.
way.
know,
No
come on.
way.
Look, okay, hold on. Look at right over here. Or where is it? Look at this. Here's the movie logo behind it.
Let me see.
Are you kidding me?
That's what
That
I
looks like
expected.
Leprechaun or something like that. That doesn't look like a wolf man.
That's
It does not, but
terrible.
he's got like wolf-like fat. Let me see if I can get a bigger picture here.
Whose dumb idea was this?
Now, this is obviously an actor that's in looks like a pullover mask, but this is what has come out. Blumhouse. It's the first look of the Wolfman design in the new Wolfman.
I'm sorry, nothing against bald-headed people, but the werewolf or wolfman should not be bald.
Yeah, and he doesn't even look like a
No,
wolf.
it doesn't look like a wolf at all.
No,
Yeah.
doesn't it look
That's what I'm
horrible?
saying. Yeah, he
That
looks
is-
like he should be in Leprechaun or something. You know?
Who
I mean, this is
sat
what I
around in the
expected,
committee? Who
that
sat
was-
around the committee and said, "Yeah, that's good."
Yeah,
The wolfman, he'll have no
Yeah, I mean,
hair.
who saw this drawing by the concept artist and was like, "This is it"?
Oh my gosh!
Now,
Well,
Heat Miser says it's
And why
from
does he have
Universal
gray hair?
Halloween nights, and people said it wasn't the actual Wolfman though. But the posts that I've seen have said this is official, but we won't know. I mean,
Well, what does the poster say behind him? It says Wolfman, but what does it say underneath? Does it say Blumhouse or does it have any?
It says January
only in
17th
theaters
and
January
something before it.
17th. Only in theaters January 17th.
Oh,
Okay. All right.
I'll bet money this is. Well, wait a minute. It's already done. If they're, I was going to say they're going to go back in and change the makeup, but if they've already done the movie, because you would think that if
Well,
they
it
get a
doesn't
bunch
come
of
out till
bad press,
January.
they're
That
gonna
could be the Bela Lugosi character. You know, like Bella, the gypsy. If they're going through the original,
like the guy who turns him into the
yeah,
Wolfman.
the guy that bites him, the one that bites him. And I think the character's name was Bella, and it was Bela Lugosi. Maria
It was
Pinskaya's
yeah.
son.
Yeah, because he was
Yeah.
a gypsy or something, right?
Yeah, he was the gypsy.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on this design alone, though, this movie's going to tank.
Yeah.
Oh God.
It is
It
visual.
seriously will.
There's
I
a
mean,
teaser trailer too for it, where you don't actually see
Yeah.
this guy. It's it's all hidden, and you see like the claw. And
Are you sure?
Sort of like
that
Howard the Duck, right? They never showed the duck, and we're like, and then when you finally went to the movie, you're like, oh.
this guy looks like a leprechaun that took a growing pill.
I agree.
I know.
Terrible. I mean, if you were doing a Leprechaun movie, it's pretty good, but
Put a hat on him. Just put a green hat on him.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take you to me gold.
They've
Wolfman
stolen
has
me
no-
Lucky Charms.
Oh, you had a gun to pay for it. Oh my God.
Why is everyone always
Stole me
laughing
Lucky
when I say
Wolfman.
that?
My lucky
Oh
wolf bait.
God.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, so Graham, pull us out of this
Sad.
quagmire. You've got to have a better movie than this.
Well, this was my influence. I was going to use it. The other day I talked about dialogue, that I'm always drawn to dialogue in
Right.
films, and so there's there's so many movies that I've seen that aren't necessarily great movies, but have great dialogue in them. You know, this I mentioned Ride Lonesome. There's some great dialogue in The War Wagon. Just, you know, great zingers or great bits of exposition, you know, to let you know about a character and stuff like that. So I can't think of one in particular. So
you're not going to go with any Universal monster films because Billy ruined it for you? Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry.
Well, certainly, you know, the design of those films, the visual design of those films have huge influence on me.
Yes.
And one of my favorites was the first one I ever saw. Not the best by any means, but it does have the best opening of almost all of them, and that is Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman. And that opening of these two grave diggers climbing into it's like right out of Bernie Wrightson. They're climbing over this fence, and these graves are on different planes and stuff like that. And there's a what do they call those, like mausoleum. And they go into the mausoleum. They bust through there because, you know, Lawrence Talbot has died, and they've heard he was buried with his money and his gold and his rings and all that kind of shit. And they uncover him, and you see he hasn't aged, but his fingernails are longer, you know, which is really cool because they say when you die, you know, your fingernails and hair continue to grow for a period of time. And the moon is out. You can see the moon casting in on him, and it hits him. And the guy's trying to get the ring off, and then the other hand comes up and goes like this and grabs him. And he's like, yeah, help me. And the other guy just loses his shit, and he just leaves his butt. He climbs out the window and takes off. And he drops a lantern, which lights up the whole place, you know. And then we find Larry Talbot I think he ends up in a hospital, you know, not knowing he's been dead for 5-6 years. That's where the greatness of this film ends.
That's a cool opening, though. It's a cool opening.
It's just a wonderful, evocative, especially how it was shot. You know, it's just a really great. I mean, you could see Bernie probably watch that opening 1 million times. You know, it's so great.
Well, the thing I took from that movie is just monster fights. Like that was like the cool thing, because I just realized like how awesome it is, like two monsters fighting. And remember the battle or the war of the gargantuans?
Yeah, dude.
There were some of those things, like they were hokey as all hell, but man, you just wanted to see two monsters beat the shit out of each other.
That's one of my favorite kaiju movies. You know, that was a sequel to Frankenstein Conquers the World.
That was?
Yeah.
How did it connect? Because
in the original Gargantua movie, in the Japanese version, the dialogue, you know how they dub the English version? Well, in the Japanese version, they even dub the English guys in English. And the dialogue talks about how these gargantuas were developed from the skin tissue of the Frankenstein monster and they call him Frankenstein, not Gargantua.
Wow.
Yeah. And that they were grown.
They kind of have the foreheads and stuff. They got
the square forehead.
Yeah.
So they're like cloned off of his skin. Yeah.
And then Universal said no.
And they did it anyway.
Well, they originally wanted to do versus was it Frankenstein versus King Kong? I can't remember now. They did one of they wanted to do one of those things, and they couldn't get the rights from RKO or something.
Well, I think that's a good thing, because I don't know if that would have worked.
Best name I can think of for $1.99. He says that werewolf looks like the bridge keeper in Monty Python. What?
Yes.
It does. Thank you for the $1.99.
Yeah, it looks like the troll where the Billy Goat's gruff. You know, where the Billy Goats would go over. You know,
exactly.
It'll cost you 3 pieces of gold.
Crazy. All right, Mr. Tucci.
Yeah, if you want to share.
Oh, I'll share. I'm all about sharing.
This film, Quaidan. major influence on me. It's a Japanese picture. I believe it was nominated or won for Best Foreign Film 1966. It's a collection of Kobayashi's director of Japanese horror films.
Kobayashi
horror
Maru?
stories, ghost stories, Japanese ghost stories.
Ooh, look at that wide. That's like a Renaissance painting.
It is extraordinary. And you got
That's a no-win scenario right there.
Yeah, no, yeah. And it's how this guy Oichi right here, Ichi or Uichi, he has to play for these samurai from this major battle that took place, hundreds of years ago, whatever, for the ghosts of them. He's got to play for them. And they cover him in all these prayers, though, all the other priests, so the ghosts, don't find him. And of course, what they did was they forgot to cover his ears.
Uh-oh.
And the ghost comes at one point and just starts trying to, just only could see his ears, ends up ripping his ears off.
Yeah.
And that's just one of the stories. It is, I mean, it's all shot on stage.
I was going to say this looks like a stage presentation.
Yep, it's all on stage, but it's stunning. This film, if you look at like how striking it all is.
Oh, that's cool.
Right, the sets, you really got to see it. And if I can share.
Oh, wait a minute, this is 65.
Yeah, 65. Yep.
Wow, that stage stuff is great.
Was this required viewing in fabric school?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Ouch. Ouch.
You don't want to know it was required viewing in fact. We had a roommate. It was gay as a $3 bill. But it is just amazing, this film. This is probably my biggest influence visually on my storytelling is this picture right here. And I'll show you why from one of the scenes.
Okay.
Here we go. Let me get to the screen.
Ooh. Ooh.
There you go. So here's some more visuals of it.
This is that Kwai Dan movie stuff?
Yeah, yep, Kwai Dan. And of course that.
Oh God.
The Snow Witch. And this is a story about a man who finds this beautiful young woman in the wilderness. And she promises him never to ask her something. I'm trying to remember what it was.
What happened to her eyebrows?
His curiosity gets the best of him, and that breaks the spell, and then she becomes the Snow Witch.
These are so creepy.
There's a ghost in the tea that you drink and stuff. It's just real creepy. Again, very standard special effects, or what do you call them?
Practical
effects. Just again, here they are. This is when they're.
I like that
prayers
that snow scene. It reminded me of Kill Bill.
Yeah. Kill Bill is totally inspired by this. 100%. And just a brilliant film. Visually, again, you just have to see it. It was shot in 70 millimeters, so you can get a nice letterbox on if you get it on DVD or if it's on. I'm sure you can find it. It might even be on YouTube now. But that's again, this inspired me for She.
They shot this in 70 but were clearly on sound stages and, like you said, like a stage play. That's pretty wild.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful film. Striking. It's just striking. Mm-hmm. So
excellent.
That's cool. So wait a minute, that water scene in the snow, that was still on stage?
All on stage. It's all and that's my vision for She, that I would love that when she has these dreams or she puts herself and sees ghosts and all. I would love it to be like this because I haven't seen anything like it since.
It's on Max.
Thank you.
HBO Max.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
You will not be disappointed.
All right, I'm gonna watch this.
Creepy as hell.
I might put this on my 31 Days of Monsters if it's any good.
I would
change my list.
Yeah. Oh, it's paced. It's Japanese, so it's takes its time, but it's boring.
Funny.
Yeah.
Oh God, it sounds like the first Star Trek movie.
Oh yeah, exactly.
There's no bald chicks though.
Spock.
Speed up the ship. We're going too slow.
You know what else is on Max? The Penguin. Has anybody watched that? Besides,
Yep.
I heard it's good. I heard it's good.
Did you like it?
Royalty.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I
Graham,
want
you liked
everybody
it?
to watch it. I want royalties for that.
Mhm.
I watched it.
Andy,
liked
all right,
it.
I got to ask you, Andy. You draw all day, then you stream. You hang out with Dennis. You're raising, a family. How do you have time to watch this stuff? Like, what is your schedule like if you win? What's it? A typical day
It's all weekends and stuff. It's like at night on Thursday nights, Friday nights, Saturday nights. I'll just pop up the iPad, put in the earbuds, and watch stuff.
Interesting.
Take a little R&R.
You know what? I don't believe you.
I can squeeze in a football game every once in a while, but that's it, man.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I squeezed
All
in
right.
a good one last night.
Yeah, you did. Josh Allen got my wife a ton of points in her fantasy
Oh my
league.
God, that was a beatdown.
Yeah. Then I heard you squeezed out a good one too after that one.
Hey now.
Oh, wait a minute.
Look out.
Dan Fraga, so
Great
crap.
cover. Incoming. All right, Art.
You know what's incoming, Aaron?
What's
Backers.
that?
We need to go look at your campaign again.
That's what I was gonna say. Yes, let's
All
cut
right.
away. Let's
All
check
right, then we'll
out
get to-
Wraith
we'll
of
get to
God
Art here then.
3.
We'll get to Art here then in just a minute. Okay.
Come on. We got to see this. This is the reason for the season.
Come on. We need
All right, here we
Ed
go.
McMahon timpani to go when Jerry Lewis would say, "Okay, Ed, timpani."
Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow. Let's recalculate here.
Do it,
said.
Ed.
All right, we are getting there.
Almost a 30, folks. Thank
Let's
you
do
so
it.
much. Let's do it. Let's watch the very quiet trailer, shall we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this the Phil video?
Yes. Phil Diaz. Is I free? Phil Diaz, yes.
Yes.
There it is, folks. Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow. Hello.
I was going to say, Fear, hello.
Hello. So the Wraith and Wraith and Esther.
Have you been drinking?
The Wraith and
Oh, not
Esther.
even- the Wraith
I
and
think her name should be Esther.
Esther.
Polyester.
Polyester. The Wraith and Esther journey to Cranestown, which is in New England. He has this sort of intuition that he needs to go back home. And there he encounters a horror from his childhood, which is indeed the Headless Horseman. What's brought him back? What's the story behind the story?
Ichabod, 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 Ichabod. Ichabod, Ichabod.
Wait, who is it?
So there's
It's
so
not
there's a witch involved in this. There's a mystery villain involved in this. It's very layered. We get more of the Wraith's origin and some of his background, which sets up more to come in the future Wraith of God projects. But this is a good one, folks, so you don't want to miss it. You've got 4 cover options. It's Wraith of God A, Wraith of God B, the EC tribute cover, Wraith of God C, the Marvel Retro 70s cover, 1972 if you want to be exact. And then, of course, Chris Stevens contributed this wonderful painted illustration cover here. So you have these 4 options, or you can get them all together. That's our premier perk. You can get all 4 of these at a discount. The only way you can get signed books in this campaign is by getting the combined perks. Single issues I don't sign, just the combined ones. So, and one of the stretch goals is the Empirus origin story, which will be drawn by our own David Williams. And you can see it's really kicking butt already. So these are the first 3 pages from that backup story.
Wow.
Which is a 100K stretch goal. I know we're going to get there, so I'm not really worried about it. We will pretty much count on this being in the book as well. So it's going to be a pretty thick book. And you got the Wraith of God, Wraith Nouveau print. It's signed and numbered, limited edition, 500 copies. That's 11 by 17.
Excellent.
You can add on the Wraith of God Roughs Volume 3, which is basically all the page layouts from the issue, or most of them, because it's going to be, this is a 48-page book, so the story is going to be at least 64. So they'll be the best of the layout pages, I guess, in there. You can get a nightclub shot glass to add to your growing shot glass collection. This is number 4 in a series. And then, of course, the poker chips, set of commemorative 3 poker chips, Wraith, Esther, and Keown's Werewolf. And then, of course, if all this is new to you, you can get Wraith of God 1, the second printing. Either cover option is still available. And, of course, Wraith of God 2, Blood Hunters. So you can get totally caught up on your Wraith of God reading before 3 comes out. All the original artwork has sold, but I'll be putting more up later. There you go, folks. Let's do one more quick refresh and we'll get to art. 27.5.
Nice. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We're going to have to drink Art T-Bear. I guess so.
Thank you very much.
Twist my arm.
I'm drinking
Excellent.
now.
Thank you so much. I'm going to slug some nice, cool, clean water.
Good for you.
Slug it.
Near water.
Slugged it down. If only I had some wild game and some dark beer, Billy. That's really what I need.
I know. Next year, I promise.
Okay.
Well, you know what, Aaron? You got to stay sharp, man. You got to campaign.
That's right. That's right. Don't want to get too crazy too
You're
early.
a very busy man at San Diego, Aaron. You leave one night for me.
I am a busy guy. You know, I like to keep moving. I'm afraid if I don't, I'll die. So I got to keep moving. So, Art, give me a second movie that it was.
All right. I want to, like, it's kind of hard just to go like a single movie that, oh, this directly influenced, you know, my career, whatever. But there's a series of things. And like I hinted on like the early Disney stuff. Like as a kid, that stuff was everything. I still remember seeing Peter Pan for the first time, seeing those characters fly. All that stuff was just absolutely amazing. All the great racism with the Indians and all that. I loved all that stuff. You know,
that influenced Art in his work so much.
Well, you know what? Hey, I got a question for you guys. What makes the red man red? What makes the red man red? That's what I want to know. And that was a great
I don't want to know.
I didn't think it was racist.
Is
you have an
the
answer?
Tar Baby your favorite character from Sony?
Tar Baby?
Where are we going?
Yeah, he's like Art's like Song of the South was such an influence on me.
Like I need to turn my camera off.
Yeah, you guys can't be associated with me tonight. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it was amazing. I mean, flying across like the England skies, you know, the Big Ben, you know, all that stuff, those the street or the rooftops and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just absolutely fantastic. So there's the early Disney stuff, and so I still have a tendency to want to make my artwork more cartoony, you know, little bigger eyes, a little bit more exaggerated, kind of less realistic. But as far as like film, you know, beyond that, when I got older, it's just like there were 2 movies, like, and they were Ridley Scott films, and almost equal, like, just influenced the hell out of me. And it was the first Alien. When I saw that, I took a girl to the drive-in. Holy shit, man! That movie was
that night.
Did you grab your little alien?
Yeah.
His little alien poked out all right.
Yeah.
It feels acidic.
Oh,
Art's going into the back seat.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't think we made it home, but But that's another story. But yeah, I mean, just crazy. And you talk about like just teasing the monster. You know what I mean? Like you just got like glimpses, and so your imagination's going crazy. And just the design, the Nostromo, you know, all that stuff was just, it just blew me away. So not only was it like a horror movie, like a sci-fi horror movie, but the design work and the cinematography and everything was absolutely fantastic. So I felt like I was seeing something significant. You know, like there's moments when you watch a movie and you're like, I think this is going to be big. You know what I mean? Like this really affected me. And so then the other one is Blade Runner. So Blade Runner, and I saw the original, and I still thought it was cool with the stupid voiceover and all that junk. Yeah, I mean, even then I thought it was a little clunky, but I kind of understood it because I also what is the heavy metal cartoon that it's kind of based on? Because obviously it's the Philip K. Dick novels, but it doesn't really follow that stuff at all.
Right.
It was the one, the taxi driver or whatever, the heavy metal story.
Right.
I can't remember what it was called, but
the first one in the anthology.
Yeah. So when I'm watching Blade Runner, I'm getting all these like heavy metal vibes. You know, I'm like, wow, this is like what it would really look like if it was real, you know, tangible. And of course, I mean, just so many, you know, great artists. Sid Mead, you know, Mobius did work on the
Sid
film.
Mead,
just so many greats. And
do you know the story behind? Do you know the story behind Ridley Scott's art department? Like how that stuff kind of came to be? Jodorowsky, who did the Incal and stuff with Mobius, was doing Dune, and he was the first guy to assemble this sort of art army on something. And he hired Mobius, and he hired all these guys, you know, to do this stuff. And then that thing didn't happen, and they disbanded. And Ridley was like, "Come on over here."
Wasn't Ridley attached to that Dune at some point? Was it?
Is this the one with Sting, the original one?
Yeah, no, no. This was the original pitch. Jodorowsky, he did like El Topo. What was the other one? Holy Mountain. But he did a lot of comic book stuff with Mobius.
It never happened, Graham, but it was the team that was assembled for the film, and then Ridley just kind of plugged in. And Ridley is a great art director anyway. I mean, the guy could draw. Like those Ridley Grahams, they used to call them Ridley Grahams, those little thumbnails and shit. I'm like, fuck, man, this is cool shit.
Yeah.
But anyways, even like I forget what the gun was called, the Blade Runner blaster that Harrison Ford used. Like, even that design was absolutely fantastic. Everything was so down to the most minuscule detail. And then even like if you see some of the behind the scenes, you hear Sid Mead like walk the streets, you know, the back lot at Warner Brothers or wherever it was filmed, and he's like, I designed everything as if it was real. Like this like what was it called? Where you kind of like meter, like for like a car movie, like parking meter. He goes, if you go over time, or you try to like you know, bust it up or you know, molest it or whatever, it'll send a shock through your body and kill you instantly. Like he had all like these, it wasn't just this design, but it was also how it would function, how it would work within that world. And for a really, the budget was so minuscule, and the way they redressed that back lot at Warner Brothers, you couldn't even tell that was the back lot.
Good. And he had clever things like putting neon in the umbrellas and using them as a light source, you know, and all the atmospherics. That if I would give Ridley Scott's work like one word, it's atmospheric. He gives you this nice, even in Legend, you know, with all the little fluffy shit in the air, he gives you this sort of real sense of depth.
Yeah, I remember
phobia, like Alien.
Yeah, when I draw, I try to do like fog effects or mist, so like certain elements won't be fully developed, you know, because there's mist or stuff like that that's coming in and hitting it. So all that stuff did enter into my work. And one of the things I like about Ridley, because I remember there was like, he had a conversation with a lighting guy or art director or something. And so the guy questioned his lighting. It's like, well, what's motivating this light? Where's this light source coming from? And then Ridley Scott said, I don't care. It adds movement. It adds atmosphere to the scene. And he said, I don't care where it's coming from. We're not in that. You know, that doesn't matter. What matters is the visual, how it makes you feel, how the effect, you know, works cinematically. And I still remember that because like comic books, like I think some people get a little too hung up on the realistic part. So I try to remember, like, it doesn't all have to be practical. It doesn't have to be, Sid Mead. Nice. It doesn't have to be, like, it can be arbitrary. It can be completely made up. So light sources can change. You know, things can happen just for dramatic reasons. Right. They don't have to be practical or realistic. Right. So I always took that, you know, and tried to bring that into my work. So I would say like the early Disney stuff, the animation when I was a kid, and then when I got older, it's like those two movies by Ridley Scott pretty much, you know, was the foundation for a lot of my my tastes.
Can I show something really cool?
No.
If you promise that it's really cool.
It's really cool. Billy.
If it's not, he's bouncing you out of here.
Billy,
I'm just telling you, Billy.
If you show us your ass, I'm out of here.
Hey,
show us.
Man.
Oh.
Are you trying to say his ass
bare
is hot?
ass? Oh, shit.
Oh.
What? Hang on.
Okay.
What's in the box?
Oh! Hang on.
Hey, Billy, I want to touch it.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
That looks heavy.
Yeah,
it is. It's super heavy.
Is it solid or can it?
It's solid, man. It's all metal.
Does the trigger pull?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Hang on.
Does it go pew,
it's got
pew,
everything.
pew?
It was on safe. Let me see. How does it look?
Oh, my. Did you buy it in the day? I think
hang
I remember.
Hang on. Right. So that's one.
Are you going to pull out an origami?
Wait, there's more.
But wait.
There's more.
You know what? We need Billy to have busted up fingers and hold that gun just like Harrison Ford.
Leon's
Cop. What?
7.
Let's see it.
Leon's Cop 357.
Oh, dude.
Now wait, can you actually show that one because it looks real almost?
It's not real though. It's definitely not.
No,
real.
I know, but
yes, YouTube. This is fake.
But
fake gun.
Fake.
Are those? What are the little slots in the foam? Is it like clips?
It's for
bullets.
Fake. Oh, the bullets.
Fake bullets that go in there.
Fake 357 bolts. I'll put them back in. But look.
Oh, wow.
There's no primer.
Yeah, no primer.
Right.
Firing pin.
It's not a real bullet. It's plastic. It's really not plastic.
You know what, Billy? I've never been as envious of somebody as I am of you right now.
I know.
All right, so that's that. Hang on. But wait.
There's more.
Hang on.
Last time Art was this envious was watching a John Holmes movie.
Stainless steel.
Do you have?
And if we can get how many backers we were at last check of Wraith of God.
Are you going to shoot somebody with those guns?
Oh no!
He's going to pull something out.
We're at 200. Wait a minute here. 264 backers right now.
All right, so we need to hit 300 backers. And look at this one. This is Decker's.
What the jeez? How many of these do you have?
Where did you get these, Billy?
Yeah,
M2019.
Billy, where did
you
you
had
get these
for?
Hang on.
Where did you get these though?
Hang on.
You know, I thought I saw these for sale, but I didn't.
Oh,
dude.
Profiles replica.
Profiles replica.
Hang on.
But wait.
The two triggers. Look at that.
You shoot your eye out.
It's a little rusty.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
Dude, that looks like
things
it's
had to
got
cost a
serious heft.
Look at that.
It is stainless steel.
That is so cool.
Probably as heavy as a real 350.
It's heavier. It's heavier, but it's a prop gun. As you see, it's a prop.
It's not real.
This is not a real firearm at all. And
hey, Billy, in the day, in the 90s when I had some cash, I was looking for prop guns. And the closest I ever came to Deckard's gun was a stunt gun.
Oh, those resin ones.
The foam rubber ones.
Yeah.
But I wanted something like what you got right there. Look at that.
Hang on.
You broke it. Look at that.
Wow.
And here's his.
Once again, YouTube, not real.
Not real. Again, also, see, there's no
Fake
primer.
bullets. They're fake, folks. Fake.
Fake.
He's just showing his prop gun. They're okay. Love you, buddy.
So you're gonna go take out some replicants, Billy?
Take out some replicants.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
Billy, I want that
forward.
gun. I'm gonna break into your house.
Pete Miser says Alec Baldwin also said it was a
break
prop
in my
gun.
house, Art, these are not the guns you should be worrying about.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
You know what though, Billy? If somebody came into your house and you pulled that out, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. I hope it scares them away though.
So,
If it doesn't,
that's why you have your kid with a shotgun next to you.
yeah.
You know what you would think? You know what you'd think if Billy aimed that at you if you broke into his house? It's like, this guy's from the future.
Yeah, these,
You're right.
That's right.
However,
Oh wait,
they are not mine.
Oh,
They're not
Soloffs.
yours?
I've had them for like 5 years.
Whose
like
are
4
they?
years.
Oh,
They're
they're Soloffs?
Soloffs because Soloff lives in Mexico and he can't get them into Mexico because they look too much like real guns.
Well, if you're
Wow.
tired of holding them, you can send them to me.
Yeah, he's like, can you hold them for me? You can do whatever you want. You can play with them just as long as when I come up there once a year that I can get a chance to play with them.
That poor guy.
And I said, and Graham, I said, okay.
Hey, you know what, Billy? Those
What's my arm?
those guns should tour. You know,
Yeah.
they should go to Texas and North Carolina and New
But
York.
Yeah, they're not getting into New York.
Yeah, they're not getting to New York.
But definitely stay in Texas.
How could
Somewhere
they the
around where I
coolest
live.
props I've ever they are unbelievable how heavy they are.
Oh, they're
You know, I
gorgeous.
remember seeing some replicas, but they weren't that good, and there weren't the whole set. It was
He's
just
had to
Deckard's
spend.
gun.
He definitely spent
Couple grand.
I don't even know, maybe at least $600-700 each. Had
Yeah.
to.
Yeah,
Oh,
somebody in the chat said they're like $750 a piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're not mine
When were they
Yeah.
made?
because Soloff it lives in Mexico. He can't
Wait a
bring it in.
minute, Billy. Is this your public way of saying to Debbie, they're not mine? I even said it on the bros. I would never spend that kind of
They're
money.
not. I would never buy these.
They're Soloffs.
not
I
mine,
swear.
Debbie.
Soloff.
They're not
Listen,
mine.
every time you visit Soloff, say they're yours.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But they're very cool.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are. Yeah.
I didn't see one origami unicorn. That makes me sad.
The weird thing is even like San Diego. I guess I can ship them to San Diego, but they look like real guns. Like,
Yes.
they're real heavy. They're made of
Well, when you
steel
buy them,
and-
how do they ship? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, bro.
Were they sent to you? Did he order them and then
I think he bought them in. I think he bought them like at New York Comic Con or Jersey or something, or he got them and shipped them. Maybe got them from California. I don't remember, but I think he drove them here when he lived here.
You know, there's all kinds of people getting things over the border in California now, so I think you could probably hire somebody.
Yeah, you can get like 300,000 kids and then just make them disappear somehow.
Yeah,
Oh, I
you
was going to
get
say you get a whole new family.
You get like 30 to 50 in jail.
So that's that.
Hey, little side note. Did you see that biker gang in Beverly Hills that robbed that 7-Eleven?
No.
There was like 20
No.
kids on bicycles, and they just
The bike gang.
bicycles, not motorcycles.
I thought you meant like Hell's Angels, dude.
No. These were kids,
Bicycles.
and they just what they call bum rush the 7-Eleven, and just came out with arms full of shit, you know. And somebody was videotaping it, and they were just giggling their ass off. And I'm like, holy
Where
shit,
was
man,
this?
there's some
Beverly
bold
Hills?
ass people out there these days.
That's why you have to have self-locking doors. Just like when it closes, it locks unless you hit the button like they have in like jewelry stores and stuff, and lock them in.
So they can kill you.
Oh, you do it like Rorschach. They're locked in here with me.
Yeah, I would do that if I had a shotgun behind the counter. I would definitely do that. Otherwise, no.
RT
You know
Bear,
what?
you're in Texas, bro. You could have a shotgun in Texas.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm not running a
Art to Bear.
7-Eleven.
Art to Bear, you have a great imagination. Just imagine they're all snakes. You know what I'm saying?
Take the head off the snake.
Kill them
Kill
all.
Yes.
Speaking of which, they're remaking Anaconda, you know.
Why?
What? J-Lo?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's true.
I don't want to hear
No
this.
way.
Yeah. I talked about
believe
killing. It was about a 5.5 foot snake, a rattlesnake on my morning stream today, and it took 3 of us. It took the whole T-Bear family to take that sucker down.
Oh my God!
What'd you kill it with?
You get a lot of rattlesnakes
Kindness.
in your yard, man.
Yeah,
Did
we
you
used
kill
to
it with kindness?
here. Yeah, I killed it with kindness. No, I went to whack it, and it was a body shot. I couldn't get the head. Also, the head was next to like my my irrigation, so I didn't want to go through my
Sprinkler, sure.
So I hit the body, and I thought I could take the fight out just hit the body, but it didn't, and that thing just turned around on me. So I was able to get the shovel at its head, and my daughter was in the backyard, so I had to incorporate her into it because it's just sheer muscle. This thing was flailing around. And so she came and she got one of the hose that was in the backyard and just kind of held down the middle. And then my wife comes out, like, what's going on? And I go, get those hedge clippers and just start like nicking away at whatever you can hit on that snake, because we had to take the fight out of it. It's the only way you can do it, because I couldn't let go of the head, because as soon as I let go of the head, that thing would have bit me, right?
Why
And
you
also
get a shotgun?
Yeah,
Get a shotgun and just blow it away.
Put your
even
heel
if I had
into
a
that
shotgun-
shovel, man. Put your heel into the shovel. Just touch.
No, I was
Nice,
putting-
nice.
Put your heel into it, man.
Dude,
What do you
I
say,
was.
Dan?
man,
What do you
but-
say?
So my wife is just like clipping at it, and she's crying. She's like, "Oh my god!" And she just got the head clippers, and she just like cut this thing, and it's just kind of bleeding out. So finally, we took the fight out of it, and so I was able to let go. And as soon as I let go, it wasn't dead yet, and I went for the kill shot. I was like, I'll go right through the PVC. I don't care, man. I just gotta take this thing down.
Killing one of God's creatures. That's okay.
That's like the 3rd one you've killed, isn't it? 3rd or 4th one you've killed since you moved in there?
Well, no, this was still California.
Oh, this is a California one. Oh, yeah, rattlesnakes in California too?
Yeah, I haven't encountered a rattlesnake here. We get the copperheads.
Oh, those are venomous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get
They
it.
won't
Damn.
really kill you. They'll get you sick, but they won't really kill you.
No, they can't kill you.
No,
So
I
I
had
find
a
out.
crazy neighbor. He got bit on the leg, and he didn't even go to the doctors. Like his leg turned all swollen and black and everything, but he didn't go to the doctor. So I was like, okay.
Now he talks with a lisp.
Yeah, now he can't walk straight.
His leg is rotted off.
Yeah, his leg just fell off because of
Well, some of those animals they cause necrosis. So it's like it's not a venom, it bites you. There's like the brown recluse spider, the Komodo dragon. His mouth is so filled with bacteria. All it does is it has to bite you, and then they follow you around as the bacteria gets into your system, and you drop dead, and then they eat you.
Yeah, because your whole hand can turn, like if you got bit on your hand, it'll just turn black.
Yeah,
like,
it's kind of gangrene.
You gotta cut that shit off.
Yeah, you do.
No.
Just like in The Walking Dead. You get
right.
bit, you cut that limb off right away.
Yeah, we had our dog Flora. My daughter's dog got bit in the face twice. He got bit on the outside of the mouth and on the inside of the mouth. And so we had that anti-venom. It was expensive to save that dog's life, but I paid it, and we did. But I mean, that dog, the whole side of her face was swollen. I mean, it was out like this, and then it kind of goes through the body, so it looked like some kind of like those what are those horror movies that are called like with a body disfigurement and all that stuff. the dog, you couldn't even really,
Grindhouse or something.
yeah, you couldn't recognize the dog as kind of a dog anymore, because the whole chest and neck, as it kind of worked its way down through the body, it just kept swelling. Oh my God, that dog was in pain.
What bit it?
It was a rattlesnake.
Oh, that was rattle venom.
Yeah, it got it twice. Yeah.
Jeez.
And one in the mouth. And so her whole, I mean, that's really dangerous, because if you're inside, your mouth swells, your throat, stuff like that, it'll choke you out.
Yeah, close up.
But we were real lucky. They got her in quickly, and the anti-venom did its trick. So she lived.
Wow.
Jeez.
How long did it take that swelling to go down?
Oh my gosh, too long. I mean, it might have been a 2-month process for it to eventually go down to where you could recognize her as a dog.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. No, I mean, she looked like a horror movie. I'm not kidding, man. Her face was kind of like a strawberry shape. It was really disfigured. It was like wide this way instead of coming out this way with the snout. It was kind of wide. It was crazy, man.
Like the dog
was
thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was creepy beyond all belief, but you just felt so bad for the dog. So we just went out there and just kind of spent hours with just, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Man, you're not selling Texas very well, Art.
No, this wasn't Texas. This is California.
Okay.
Why do you think he moved?
Yeah.
Well, that and Gavin Newsom.
Well, yeah, Gavin Newsom's worse
Gavin
than
Newsom is
rattlesnake.
the snake. He's the snake. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, I've got one more movie to show, and then we'll get out of here. You guys, let you guys go. But
I got to take a leak.
TMI.
I'll be green and entertaining.
Nosferatu.
You got to have some German impressionism, right?
Yes.
This
excellent choice.
I remember seeing this in high school, and I was just so stunned because, I mean, I was aware that there's like cool silent movies, but you never really think that, especially when you're young, you're like, I can't watch a movie with no words in it.
Right.
And I'll get bored or whatever. But boy, not this. And the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. And then, of course, the American attempts at it, which were Phantom of the Opera and things like that. They were just, but this sort of German impressionism, this sort of chiaroscuro, should I say?
Yeah.
Billy?
Ooh.
Chiaroscuro.
The use of shadows, and like, you know, that famous scene where we see the shadow of Nosferatu going up the stairs. He's gonna, you know, get the girl there at the end, and just it was a visual treat, and it's stuff you remember, that kind of stuff, right? And you can even see it like in some of Tim Burton's work, and you know, in a more contemporary fashion. But when you're drawing something that needs mood, whether it's horror or just something that's just really dramatic, and these are great source material, these black and white German expressionist films like Metropolis and things like that. But this is the one that I always loved and thought was really, really creepy and cool. And
do you own it?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Is it in mint condition?
The comic adaptation is the comic. I do. What do I have here? I've got. Where is it? I've got it. You know, you develop so many clips that it's hard to keep straight everything. Here we go. I got this. That was a great creepy scene right there.
It is, yeah.
That's how I get out of bed, with that rod in my back. I'm stiff as a board.
I got this. Isn't as scary, but I got this.
Orange whip. Orange whip. 3 orange whips.
Nice.
You know, I got a few. You know, I got a few clips there.
Orange whip is delicious, by the way.
We were just talking about Orange Julius the other day.
Aaron, I don't know if you've ever seen this one. This is not Nosferatu. This is
I've
the
never
original
seen that.
Murnau stole from.
Oh, okay.
Is that
There's the original Nosferatu.
There it is.
There it is.
Nosferatu.
Oh my God.
Genius.
Don Knotts, American's Treasure.
He had one bullet, right?
One bullet. Yep. In his pocket.
Yeah.
This, and this says, congratulations on your launch, Aaron. I definitely plan to back this, but I got to wait a minute. I spent all my money while in Baltimore. That's all right. I forgive you. Road Warrior was also on my list of films that was a big influence on me.
Oh yeah. I didn't even
But
think
which one?
about that
What was the second one called?
Mad Max.
Road Warrior was the second one.
Yeah,
Mad Max
Road Warrior was the second
Mad
one.
Max was the first, and then
Like
Thunderdome.
Road Warrior was okay, but Mad Max was the movie.
No, it was the other way around.
The other way around.
Mad Max was the first one, and then Road Warrior was the second one.
Road
Okay.
Warrior was the shit.
Yep.
Yeah, Road Warrior was the movie.
In fact, I created my own rip-off storyline with a hero that would look similar, very similar to Mel Gibson's Road Warrior. So I was, I think it was 18 when that came out, like 82. Isn't that about right?
Yeah, because I was at the Kubert School, and I did a riff on that, and I had like a female character, and she was based on Annie Lennox. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
Sweet dreams.
With that punky hair and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one was definitely an influence on me too.
We don't need another hero. Oh, that was Thunderdome, right?
That was Beyond Thunderdome, right? That was, yeah. That had a little too much humor in it for me.
Yeah.
I like that. I mean, I just felt,
Blaster.
yeah, well, the whole thing is supposed to be grim, and they had like just little bits of humor worked in here and there that just kind of were a little off-putting to me, sort of took the edge off the film. You know?
I thought the kids was like a weird move. Like, he's like the savior of the kids and all that stuff.
Strange.
I'm like, yeah.
So
they lived in the best part. Yeah, and then they just want to go to the studio. Or the city, I mean.
What'd you say, Graham?
I'd love to see Mel return to the character.
Oh yeah, do like an old Mad Max
today.
guy.
Old Mad Max.
Yeah.
That would be badass.
It would be so
That would
fucking
be
cool.
awesome.
He could do it too.
Instead, they made Furiosa.
Yeah.
Well, he did sort of do an old Mad Max. Did he play like that Santa Claus movie? That was kind of like an old Mad Max, wasn't it? Like killing everybody in the Santa movie or what it was called.
I don't. What Santa movie was that?
What was it called? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? There was
With Mel Gibson.
Yeah, with Mel Gibson, right?
Yeah, he played like old. He was like this. He was Santa
I know.
Claus.
I'm trying to remember the name of it.
He was retired.
There's been Fat Man. It was Fat Man.
Yeah,
Batman.
Fat Man.
Fat
yes.
Man.
No, he looks
Look it
like
up.
Santa. Have you seen that beard he's sporting?
Yeah.
Man. It's like a mountain
Seriously,
man.
look up the trailer for Fat Man. It was great.
There you go. Dan the Pizza Man Genovese. He's got it. Skull Nasher's got it. Okay, great. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up the show. What I want to do is kind of go around here and let everybody plug their campaign real quick, too. So, Dan, give us a few words of whatever you got.
Where's
You plugged my campaign like 3 times, 4
Well, do
times
it.
during the show.
Come on.
Black Flag, everybody. I'm working on it. We got about a third to go. But today, speaking of threes, Aaron Lopresti, Wraith of God 3, man. Today's your day.
Well, you know, we're all sharing it, though.
Yeah.
Andy, tell us how things are going with Cordrath.
Cordrath, The Awakening's going. Finish page 34 today, so I'll start 35 tomorrow. It's going great. Like I showed earlier, the books are in for the Cordrath Christmas Kids book.
Awesome.
They will start going out this week. Campaign is still up, so if you want to back it, do it, and you'll probably get it next week. There you go. Hey, got a question for you, Aaron, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I went down over the weekend. I got a really good deal on a book. Okay. I'm sure you have it.
Oh,
Andy, you have slab.
Are you doing this to him right now?
Let's see.
Are you going to go there, Andrew?
Now I'm sure you have Thor.
He's doing it
Thor
on
337.
Hang on a second here. Hang on. Let me. Where are you?
Full screen.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Andy Smith, you're a cold man.
Wait. Now I'm sure you have Thor 337, right?
Yes.
What is that? What makes that?
That's Simonson's first Thor issue.
Okay.
And it's Beta Ray Bill, so it's gone up. I assume yours is probably what, near mint, whatever.
Oh yeah, it's at least a 9.4, maybe a 9.6. It's not slabbed,
but it's not slabbed or anything.
No.
What's that worth?
So it's not like this.
Oh, whoa! All right, you got to come clean. What'd you pay for that?
Oh, don't. Tell him off air.
You
Tell him
guess,
off air.
and then I'll tell
get
you.
in trouble.
Yeah, tell him off
No,
air, man.
You
That- that-
no, hey,
you-
Dan, guess, and I'll tell you.
Okay.
Guess?
Yeah, guess.
It's a 9/8 first appearance of Beta Ray Bill. 250.
Should be.
Aaron.
It's 9.8 I would guess would probably be about $350, but I'm guessing you got a deal on it because I don't see you laying out 350. But
There was one, and this is not the one I bought. There was one on a guy's back wall for $650. On eBay, they're about $400.
okay.
So I needed the book because, long story short, I thought I had every issue of Thor that Walt did when I was growing up. I bought them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm missing a few of them, and for some reason, I'm missing that one. So
Really?
anyhow, I'm going through this guy's slabs because he had them in a box, not on his back wall, and I saw it was a 9.8. I'm like, oh, what's this going to be? $150.
Counterfeit.
But wait, there's more.
Oh, I know why, but go ahead.
Hmm.
There's more. I'm looking at it. So I give Dennis, I sent Dennis a text because he's over at our table, and I sent him a picture of it because he's like, that's not make sure it's not the one that was with the action figure and stuff. That I'm like, no, dude, it's not. It is the original. You read the label, whatever. And because I was looking at it for, I don't know, just the 5-6 minutes, whatever, waiting for Dennis to get back to me, the guy goes, I'll do you 125. I didn't say a word. I just was looking at it.
Man, that's a
And I
tough
go,
negotiator.
Yeah,
I go, okay.
You know what's funny is sometimes dramatic pauses, whether you mean it or not, seem like the other person receives them in a different way. Like Art Tavera and I have a mutual friend, Brian Murray, and I used to talk to Brian Murray almost every day, and California, we used to share some bud together, and we would be talking on the phone, and I would say something, and there would be a pause, and I'm like, well, I mean, and I'm trying to justify the thing I just said, and he's like, oh no, man, I was just taking a hit. Yeah, so that there was a power in that pause. That guy probably went, oh, he's gonna put it back. Fuck.
Yeah.
I
gotta take this back with me if I don't move it.
Yeah, I don't want to carry this thing.
All right, here you go. Now this is the lowdown on that book, Andy. There's two versions. There's the direct edition, which you got there, and the newsstand. The newstand's worth more money, but the direct edition is still in the $400 range. So you got to steal.
No, I know. Yeah.
Why is the
newsstand? No, I know the
newsstand
is more.
Produced more of those
because the stuff, all the books that showed up in the comic shops were in perfect condition, right? So the ones that, of course, went to the like 7-Elevens, they got put on the rack. So there's a lot fewer of them that are in really high grade because most of them got bent over the
Also, the returns.
And the returns.
The newsstands usually just gave back a bunch, whereas the direct market they kept in back issue.
That's to my point, though, is that okay? If you could find a newsstand one that was in a 9.8 condition, that would be rarer than anything else. Because of returns, and they have to tear the cover off to return them. To find one that has a cover on that's a 9.8 that was a newsstand, that would be even rarer still. So I would think that the newsstand would be worth more.
No, it is.
It is.
It is.
It is.
It is.
Oh, okay. Wait, I just argued myself out of that.
Yes, yeah. You're like,
No, newsstands are worth more.
Yeah, the newsstands are worth more.
Difference, guys.
There's a Spider-Man in the corner of the direct market, and the newsstand has a barcode.
It has the UPC barcode in it. So there you
Yeah.
go. So that's become the new thing because on the newer books, I didn't mean to go off on this tangent, but on the newer books and anything, what I mean by new is anything post 1980, most people were keeping everything in such nice condition that it's hard to get, you know, it's not rare to get a 9.6 or a 9.8 in any book. And so if you start, so then the collectors start moving to the newsstands editions because they're harder to find. And those have become like the hot items as opposed to the comic shop issues of anything in the 80s and a little bit into the 70s. Because I think comic shops started in 79. The very first ones did. So yeah, so that's kind of how the collectors sort of differentiate between, okay, well, this has got to be more valuable. And so they go after the newsstand editions first. But there you go. So Graham, tell us about your campaigns.
I am pimping Wraith of God 3. It's currently up, and it's a wonderful book. I worked very hard on this, so I want everybody to go out and back it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Graham. I appreciate that. Billy.
Wraith of God 3 just launched on Indiegogo, and I'd like to check where we are on that.
Okay. All right. Let me bring it up. I'll bring it up.
JC Vaughn is challenging your comic shop started way before 79.
Oh boy.
Well, weren't they like back issue shops, not necessarily direct market shops?
Well, like wait a minute. Comic shops started way before 79. Did they really?
I don't know. I mean, not in my area. Not where I grew up.
Bob Beerbaum used to post stuff about like conventions and stuff and things like that were in the like 60s, and I'm sure there were shops that carried back issues, but I don't know.
But all new stuff went out to the newsstand.
That's right.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I think that JC can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but yeah, we had like an old bookstore, like Cherokee Bookstore, it was called, in Portland, and they had all the back issues and stuff, but he also had new comics. So he was getting the newsstand books delivered to him like he was a 7-Eleven, but there wasn't, I'm talking about the comic shop label, the direct market labeling didn't start, I don't think, till 79. But again, JC knows stuff that I do not. So I'm not going to argue with him.
Were they returnable even for comic shops?
No.
Interesting.
Not when they started doing the direct market editions. Those were not, that's what they negotiated, right? That they were not returnable.
Wasn't Phil Suling the guy who really started the direct market?
I think so.
Phil Suling was a big name in New York. Right. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I think Suling was like the real originator of that kind of thinking in comic shops and direct market sales.
There we go.
Wasn't Phil the guy that went on that talk show with like that Superman #1?
Yes,
that's Suling. Yes.
Yep.
And Jamie Farr outed himself as a real comic nerd.
Yeah. Okay.
That was great.
Where are we at?
We're at 28,577 with 276 backers. Thank you guys so much. Let's take a look at Art. You had your oodles of doodles up, but now you're going to back off, huh?
No, I'm gonna back off because I just realized the true reason for the season is Wraith of God, Fear Hollow, #3. So back it now. Don't even wait 5 seconds. Just go there right now. Back it. Pick yourself up a copy. Also, you guys, there's some back issues in here too. So you can get 2, you can get 1. And you can get all kinds of cool stuff here. So don't just limit yourself to issue 3. If you haven't got 2 or 1, you can get those as well. So congratulations, my friend Aaron. You worked your ass off. You deserve this. Everybody keep supporting this book. Keep backing it. And if you didn't sign up early, then you're not gonna get that garbage man. Trading card that some really creative bro drew for super creative bro.
Yeah. Hey Aaron, before I forget, if you're interested in doing that whiskey bottle with the label, Brett Bretsky the Great is in the chat here. He can help you out with that label.
Okay.
He's the guy who did the whiskey bottle, the Compass Comics whiskey bottle that he gave me in New Jersey.
Yeah.
And he did the custom labels on it, so I'm sure he could help you out.
All right, Bretsky, I put you down there, brother. All right, so here's what's going to happen. I'm going to let you gentlemen go. In fact, I'm going to take a bathroom break and get something to eat, and then I'm going to come back on and start streaming again, like around 7 o'clock.
Send us the link, man.
Huh?
Send us the link if you want.
Oh, I definitely will, and you guys can come back and hang out or whatever, and we'll do it. So you guys been watching the Brofessionals and a combo launch stream of Wraith of God 3, Fear Hollow.
Yes.
Although our rather charming Brofessionals did not say so. All their links are in the description of this video. You can back their projects as well. And we appreciate you guys helping out. And just so far, the turnout's been tremendous for Wraith of God 3. Greatly appreciate it. And
one more refresh. One more refresh.
Yes, one more. 577.
Two more.
Oh, boy.
Woo! Knocking on the door 30. We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Oh, yeah, you are.
So I'll be back, like I said, in about a half hour. I'll start a new stream, and we'll just go for it. And I'll be going till midnight. So and I'll probably be drawing a lot. So thank you, guys.
Congratulations, Aaron.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. I
congrats.
appreciate you helping out. And it was all your guys' idea to do this on this show. And I appreciate you guys making the sacrifice. It was very nice of you. So next week is
Bro's got a bro.
I do it. I think it's me.
Next week is
Dan's got
Dan.
it
Back
next
to
week.
yep.
Yeah, next week is me.
Awesome.
I got a show picked out for when it's my turn already, which is unusual.
All right.
I got to think of something.
It's not the half hour before.
No, this time I've got it ahead of time.
Yeah, mine's usually 5 minutes before the show.
I'll have mine. I'll have mine by the weekend.
All right.
All
There
right.
you go.
Well, again, thanks everybody in the chat. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for joining us, man. We love having you. We couldn't do the show without you. Take care, everybody, and I'll see everybody in about 30 minutes or so. So
good night, everybody.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Tell your friends.